Good afternoon, Talent Search participants. Thank you so much for joining us today on your third day of your Summer Robotics Academy. I want to thank you again, as I have every single day, for spending your time with us. We know you have a lot to do and a lot of things and a lot of social events, but I'm glad each and every one of you have taken the time to participate in the Summer Robotics Academy today. And tomorrow will be our last day. I'm not going over the agenda. I'm going to leave that to Mr. Gilo. But I do want to discuss with you a few things. First of all, the experiences you had yesterday, putting together the electrical connections and the organization of cables. And I'm so glad that you had the experience that you had yesterday, because this is a lifelong crossover lesson. In other words, for the electrical connections that you had to put together yesterday and do it in just such a way that you weren't going to fry the Pi board or the motherboard, is a lesson to learn that robotics and the STEM research and STEM courses aren't just about assembling and programming and coding, but they're about electrical connections, and they're about learning other items in electricity and organization. So you'll need a little bit of information on that. For example, the grounding of the wires, making sure your red wire touches your red wire, or your yellow wire touches your yellow wire, or your green wire touches your green wire. You'll learn eventually that when you get your own apartment, or maybe you are fortunate enough to own your own home, that I just went through this the other day. One of my thermostats on my third floor was wobbly on the wall, and I went to check it, and one of the wires had come out of the actual electrical thermostat. So I had to look at the different colors, and I had to match different colors to go in different parts of the electrical thermostat. So this is a very good day-to-day lesson for you to learn and pay attention to. And another example, I understand that we had a lot of questions yesterday on the organization of your cables. And when I say organization of your cables, I had the same questions, guys, when I was putting together my robot, and that was, where do I put this cable, and how do I fit it in, and what slot do I put it through? And because I didn't want just this spaghetti bowl of mess down there. I wanted something that was going to be organized. I wanted something that was going to fit well and look nice, so it didn't look like a big rat's nest underneath my robot. And so if any of you have had the experience of maybe putting together your TV cables or your stereo cables or your receiver cables or your Xbox cables or whatever you're going to use, you know how important it is to keep those wires organized. You know how important it is to keep them nice and fit, and that you have cable ties or you have Velcro ties or whatever, but you want them to stay nice and fit together so they're not all loose. So another crossover lesson that was for you yesterday and for us. So I think it was a good lesson to learn that you guys are asking all these questions that are pertinent not only to building your robot, but pertinent to everyday life, because you will experience these same questions as you resolve to fix things around your home. Enough of that. I have about 7 pieces of advice from you, and advice for you, excuse me, from a lifelong learner. I feel like this is a podcast, but I just wanted to share with you a few things that I learned over the course of my life. Of course, I'm only 21, so I don't have a lot of experience. Ha ha, wink, wink. But the first thing is, I would totally suggest that you use a planner not only in high school, but when you're in college. Now, why do we need to use a planner? To this day, I still use planners, whether that's a paper-bound. Claudia, can you tell them to?
You're muted.
Can you tell them to keep it down for a minute? So use a planner, whether it's a paper-bound planner or maybe even a virtual planner, whatever fits your style, and realize that a planner is not only for homework, but It's to write down all of your events for the day or for the week or for the month, your extracurricular activities. If you happen to compete in any sports or any after school activities, and you have Saturday events or after school events, or maybe your end of course exams, or maybe your AP exams, or maybe you have something exciting at school planned, or you have a college campus visit from Talent Search. These are all things that I think would benefit you to look at in a glance for the week so that you know exactly how to prepare for your week. So to this day, at my age, I continue to use a planner, albeit it's a paper-bound planner, but I'll move eventually to my Outlook calendar, which is completely virtual. My next piece of advice for you would be to, when you start a project or you start a major project, and what I mean by that is, let's say you have an English class and there's a research paper. Inevitably, your junior year, you're going to have some type of research paper, maybe even your sophomore year, or maybe in history you have a lot of reading to do. My suggestion would be to not let yourself get overwhelmed by the complexity and the enormity of the assignment, but to break it down into little chunks that are more, if you will, digestible, so that you don't freak yourself out and you don't cause anxiety or stress among yourselves. For example, let's say you have a research paper due, and I know that one of the strategies I would always use would be, rather than waiting till the last minute to gather everything or get everything together, I knew after my first failed attempt at writing one, because I didn't use time management skills, was that I needed to do a little research every day. And whether that was on note cards or whether that was on Rocket Book or whatever you wanted to write it on, then it's important to have that data ready so that when you start to analyze and comprehend your data, that you have an idea of where it is. So set aside a little time each day to work on that project, so by the end of the project it's not so overwhelming. I guess my third piece of advice would be that I always loved school, and I always loved the fact that I got to go school shopping, and by that I mean school supplies. I love school supplies: colored pens, colored matte pencils, rulers, protractors, compasses, calculators, you name it. Yeah, I was one of those. And so I loved having school supplies. But what I realized was school supplies don't make me organized. I make myself organized. And if I didn't use those school supplies appropriately, then there was no way that I was going to be an organized person. So find a system that works for you, whether it's color tabbing, whether it's a different spiral for each subject area, or whether it's a spiral that we have and we'll probably be giving to you guys, is a multiple subject spiral where you can have 5 subjects in one spiral. So find a system that works for you. And I do understand and I do realize right now that times are tough, and some of us have jobs and some of us may not have jobs. And if we do have jobs, it's hard and it's been difficult to maybe pay rent and pay bills and put gas in the car and put food on the table. And, it's a tough time right now. And so I want to let you know that if you need school supplies, to please private message Mr. Gilo, and I'll make sure that you have some of the information and some of the supplies that you need to get started in school to be successful, whether that's pens, pencils, whether that's spirals, whether that's pencil pouches, whether that is to check out a computer, whatever you need, we're going to try to make sure that you have it. I want you to start this school year off successful. And so if you do, don't be ashamed. Please reach out. Please let me know. I've got the stuff. I've got the school supplies. Your advisors can take it to school. I'll give it to you one-on-one in a private session if that's the case. Or however, you can come pick it up here at the University of Houston downtown. Have your mom or dad come one afternoon, or maybe we'll have a Saturday school drive and you can stop by and pick up a bag of school supplies. I just don't want you to have to worry your parents about where you're going to get your school supplies from, because it can add up very, very quickly. I saw something on the news this morning that said the average typical American will spend $800 for a family of 4 on school supplies this year. That's a lot of money, guys. So take advantage of what I'm offering you. From the bottom of our heart, we want to support you as much as we can. So please don't be shy. I want to see that chat board light up, okay? Also, when you're studying, I found it very useful to create a distraction-free zone, much like Mr. Gilo has told you and talked to you about and coached you on finding a separate place to build this robot that's free of animals or pets or children or parents or whatever, so that you can fully concentrate on building this robot. The same goes for studying, particularly if you're going to move away and have roommates when you're in college to study, because they may not be on the same schedule as you are. I mean, trust me, they probably won't be. And so when it's time for you to get out of class and you want a study zone, or you want to go back to your dorm room and study, and you've got a party going on in there, that's not going to happen, brothers and sisters. That's just not going to happen. So you may have to go to the library, you may have to go to the courtyard, you may find a distraction-free zone when you study. And there is some research to also support that wherever you study, if you can place your mind mentally back in that place when you're actually taking your tests, you'll do better on it. So remember that and create a distraction-free zone when you're studying. My fifth piece of advice is just be real, guys. You know, I was one of those students that didn't have to spend a lot of time studying in high school. It just came naturally, I guess. And when I got to college, it was a whole different story. I was like, oh, I don't have to worry about that history chapter. I can read that in an hour. Well, medieval history? I don't think so. You know, it took me a lot longer than an hour. Not to mention the vocabulary when you get to college is very difficult as well. So plan accordingly and be real. Be honest with yourself and say, hey, I can't get that done in an hour. I need to really, really figure this out. And you may be one of those people like me who had to learn the hard way and get a D or an F on an assignment before you decided, oh, I guess I need to be real. So anyway, my sixth piece of advice for you is to study a little bit every day, guys. Don't blow studying off. The difference between high school and college, and many people always say, oh, if you go to a community college, it's just another high school, but a different level. Or when you go to, the University of Texas or Texas A&M or whatever college or university you choose, University of Houston downtown, that you've got a lot of free time. You can do what you want. You're independent. You're out of jail. Well, guess what, folks? That's not being real either, because the difference between high school and college or the university is that high school gives you an opportunity to study subjects over a long period of time, a semester, a fall semester, a spring semester. When you go to a university or community college, you learn twice as much in twice the amount of time, in half the amount of time, excuse me. So you're gonna have to step that up, because you're learning a great volume of information in a much shorter period of time. So there goes your studying, there goes your planning, there goes your chunking. So make sure, and I can give you an example of that. When I went to the University of Texas in Austin, and excuse me, and had to take a upper division Spanish course, and I had probably one of the hardest Spanish teachers in the world. She was from South America. She wrote the textbook. She wrote the workbook. She was an author. She was well renowned and a world researcher in Spanish culture. She would give vocabulary tests every week, and vocabulary is essential, guys, not only in a foreign language, but it's essential in our own native language as well. I would use my note cards to write down the meaning in English and the meaning in Spanish and what the word was. And not a big deal. We had a quiz every Monday, and every Monday I whizzed through the quizzes because I crammed Sunday night. Well, guess what? Midterms come around, and I lost all those quizzes in my head because I crammed every night, and I didn't internalize that information, so I didn't really learn it. I just put it in my short-term memory. And therefore, when midterms came, I thought I knew the vocabulary words, and I didn't. So study a little bit every day. Don't cram. Don't cram for your exams. And I guess my last piece of advice to you might be one thing that really, really helped me, not only when I got my bachelor's degree, but when I received my master's degree and my doctorate degree, is make a friend in class. And I'm not talking about a friend to go party with or drink beer with or whatever. I'm talking about a friend that is truly a study friend, somebody that if you miss the assignment, you can call up or you can meet at the library or the student union or wherever and say, hey, you know, I missed that day. Can I borrow your notes? Or what did the lecturer say that day? And be prepared to do the same for them. That will keep you out of hot water, I promise you, by having this buddy or system in place where you can rely on somebody else. But with that comes, don't feel that because you're in college now and you're not having attendance taken by your professors that it's okay to skip class. Let me say that again. Don't feel that you can't go to class when you're in college, because me here thought the same thing. And I was like, oh, it's too early. I'm going to turn over and sleep a little bit more. And, oh, what's one class? Well, one class turned into two classes. And two classes turned into three classes, and so forth and so forth. And so the snowball went down the mountain and crashed into 100 different pieces. So make sure, oftentimes I learned that when you take an exam at a university, that oftentimes a bulk of the material on the exam is not out of the book. It's what you had in class, the lectures you had in class. And tell me if I'm wrong, Mr. Gilo, but
no, you're right.
Every single time I go, well, I don't have to do that. They're just going to give me the test out of the book. Well, you know what? They didn't.
No, there was a lot of it from lectures.
And so if you miss a lecture and you don't have a study friend, you miss the class.
Yeah.
So I'm going to get off my soapbox now. I just wanted to give you a few pieces of advice from somebody who's been in school a long, long time. I feel like I've made a career out of school. I think altogether, I think I've been in 13 or 14 years of school just to get my doctorate degree. I guess I could have been a medical doctor by now, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, if you have any questions, and guys, I don't see my chat board lighting up with requests. So I hate to drop it off somewhere else, so it's going to go somewhere, and I would rather it go to you. I don't know many other organizations or teachers or counselors that will give you free school supplies, but I'm willing to give you a bag of school supplies. So please take advantage of that, guys. We're here to support you, and thank you so much again for spending your time with us today. You have a lot to do today, and so I want you to put your thinking caps on, and I want you to be very, very in other words, the advisors today are not going to be able to spend the amount of time that they would like to spend with you, because this coding is so complex, as you saw, just from the program, just from the wiring, just from the assembly. It's going to get harder. And so this is a really good example and a really good trial period for you to see what school's going to be like for you this coming year. And I'm so excited. I can't wait to get in those schools with y'all and see you guys. And like I said, I want to come back at the end of the day, and I want to see 10, 15 people that need school supplies. Okay, guys? Ciao.
Well, thank you so much again, Dr. Flores, for your opening remarks and advice to the students. We do have our agenda. Everybody can pull that up once again through the virtual toolbox, or the virtual e-handbook that is on our events page on our website. Continue to type in the chat if you would like those school supplies. I only see a couple people that did type in there, so Dr. Flores will be monitoring that throughout the day. I'll put the agenda up on the screen just so that everyone knows what we are doing today. Let me see if I can get that for you. Okay, so We have the day 3 agenda up on the screen. Of course, we just covered the opening remarks. Our daily objective and outcome is going to be very similar to yesterday's, if not the very same, because we're covering a lot of the same tasks today. As I mentioned yesterday during our closing remarks, what we're going to do is we're going to attach the RGB sensors, and we are going to attach that third sensor to the outer shell and then the battery pack. And then once we've done that, it is fully assembled and we're ready to head into coding. Um, so let me go ahead and you wanted to.
I can do this, right?
You can? Yeah, go for it. You want to make it full screen?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
So this is just the objectives for today. They've been the same, sorry, throughout the past couple of days. And I see that you guys have been doing such a great job and like building this robot, which has been really difficult. But you know, once you're finished with it, it's gonna be really fun coding it and getting it to do things. So we're almost done with building, and we're gonna get onto coding today as well. And then, you know, the norms are also just the same. We've been starting on time. Everybody's been listening carefully and, you know, and not interrupting. And if you do have questions, you can always write them in the chat. We don't mind that as well. And I see that you've all come prepared to learn. I see that you're all very excited and, you know, present and wanting to, you know, basically build this robot like we do. And then another thing is that tomorrow we are having our showcase, and I'm really excited for everybody to present. I will have tomorrow, like, basically what I expect y'all for the showcase is just something small just to present your robot, what you've named it, what you've been able to do for the robot. So that basically tomorrow is all just showcase and then presenting our awards for all the participants. And yeah, that's it for tomorrow. And then today is basically just finishing building the robot. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, today we'll finish up the robot, like I said, and then we're gonna head straight into coding. We can talk a little bit again about coding and programming, but like I said, we have the same objectives and outcomes today as we did yesterday.
Yeah.
So we'll proceed forward then. If you want to, take a couple of minutes, or maybe let's take 5 minutes so that you can get your area set up and ready to go. So that we can actually start finishing, and then we can get this thing built, and then we'll start the coding process. So 1:35, let's come back, make sure your area is set up, ready to go, and then we will start finishing on the Mbot Mega, finish building it. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that noise, everyone. What I'm doing is getting my workstation set up. Hopefully, each of you have yours set up already. So I'm going to go ahead and hop into the robot building scene here. And I will pull up the Zoom chat. Thank you for letting us know, Ruben. I will make sure to relay that to Dr. Flores as well. If you have trouble hearing me, let me know. I can do some adjustment here. Probably will do that real quick before we get started. Just a little bit here. Okay. See if that's a little bit better now. So yesterday we left off with putting the impact sensors on with the wires that we put all the way up to the MegaPi board here. That's where we left off. So we wired, let's do a quick recap. We wired the infrared sensors up here, which were A6 and A8. Okay, A6 and A8. And then we also did A11 and A12. Okay, what we have left to do today is the A13 and A14. This is A13, which is the RGB LED 1, and this is the RGB LED 2. And this is A13, A14. So what we're going to do is we're going to take another strand of our wires, and we will go up to A13 and 14 next. Okay, and I do not believe there is an A15. I believe that's just blank, because after we wire up our sensors, these two sensors, we're going to wire up our last infrared sensor, and that will go into A7, and then we will do our motors for our wheels. Okay, so without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. I hope everyone has their setup stations ready now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take my strand here of wires, and I want 3 different colors, preferably that I haven't used before, but I may not be able to do that this time around. Well, I can rip one of them off up over here on the left, the blue, and that way I'm left with a green, yellow, and orange one. And I don't believe I have another green, yellow, and orange one here. So I'm gonna take this blue one, and I'm just going to take that one off, so that I have a completely different strand of colors that I haven't used before. Okay. So I'm going to have the green, yellow, and the orange left. Okay. So I'm going to take that strand off here. Just the three strands of wire. So I'm going to set this aside. So now I have a green, yellow, and orange. Okay, and that's what I'm going to use for the impact switch A11. So I'm going to flip the robot over. Okay, and this is our A13. I'm sorry, our A13 is what we're wiring up, not A11. We've already done A11. So A13, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the, we'll use the orange for the in or the signal. That's what I'm going to do. So over here on the right hand side, I'm going to use orange for the in, and that's going to need to go to the yellow portion on the MegaPi or Raspberry Pi unit. Then I have yellow, which is our VCC, that's our power. And that's going to go to our red. Let me make sure. I'm just making sure here. I have to double check myself. And then green, I'm going to have go to the ground again. I know we've done that before, but I just, green for ground, I can remember that whenever I go up through the robot. So this one, a little bit tricky because you're kind of going the opposite way, but I'm going to loop this one around, and I'm going to go through the same hole in the robot, same hole that all the other wires went through so that I can get it up to the main board. Okay, so I'm going to go up through the board, see if I can grab that other end here, and I did. And like I said, this is going to go to your A13, and remember what my ground was. I remember what it was, so because I did green for ground, and it is written down here for me. Thank you, Miss McGoey, for that.
Is it the 13?
So
A13?
A13, yes. Yeah, A13. So it's going to be kind of tricky because you've got all these other wires that we've plugged in, but try to organize the best you can here. And here we go. I'm going to go green for ground. I go right in here. I know it's kind of hard to see. I'll show y'all on camera here. So I went green into ground. See if I can bring that up here. I went green into ground.
Can we put the cables through the back hole instead?
There we go, through the back hole. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to do that through this one here.
Well, whenever you're going to connect your motors, your DC motors is going to be in the way.
Oh yeah, you may not want to do that because the motors, the wires for the motor, unless you somehow can get it to work with that way. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to do that. For my sake though, I'm going to go ahead and put it through the same hole that I have been using.
Or bring them to the side.
Or you could bring it to the side. I just, if you have a loop hanging off to the side, the more you run the risk of, if you have an obstacle or something when you're driving the robot, it may snag on the wire a little bit. But as long as you get it tucked in there, it should be okay. And then I had yellow was my power. So that's going to go to red on the A13 section. And we'll see if I can get that. Like I said, it's once you have a lot of wires going in there, it's a little bit tricky. Okay. I think I got it. And then I have my orange one going to the signal, which is yellow on A13. I may actually take this diagram off. Let me see. There we go. And I also see that there's some Sherman's also joining from our YouTube stream today. Thank you, Sherman, for that. That's really cool. Thank you. Okay. So any questions so far on what I did for that A13 sensor that I just went up to the board with from my RGB sensor? Let me know if you have any questions about that. But I think Nadelia is right that you can actually use a different section of the robot if you want to put the wires through. You can probably do that. I'm just going to go through the same one just to keep it kind of bunched up and organized the best I can. So my next, for the next section of wire, I'm actually going to have a red, a brown, and a black. So I'm going to go ahead and take this. This is for the A14 RGB LED. I'm going to have a red, brown, and a black. Okay. So this is our A14. So same thing, what we just did with this motor. I mean, with this RGB sensor. And so what I'm going to do is I'll use probably let's use the black for ground. Let's use the brown for our live wire. So that'll be the middle one. And then for the signal in, I'm going to use red. Okay, so I've got that now on the pins. Once again, brown, black for our live VCC brown, and our signal in red. And I'm going to do the same thing that I did earlier. I'm going to go ahead and go through the same area. Once again, you don't have to do it this way. I'm just doing it that way. Keep them kind of bunched up together. And then I'm going to go black into the ground. And brown into the 5V or VCC. And this one's a little bit difficult, but I got it. And then last one, of course, the signal one that is red will go into the yellow. And there we go. So A7 is the roof, right? Yes, that is correct. That is correct. So, and that's actually the last infrared sensor we need to put on. That's the IR proximity sensor 2, that's A7. And so what we're going to do now is actually install the wiring for that sensor before I put the shell on. So I don't want to put the shell on immediately because then I won't be able to wire it up. That's right.
The DC motors.
Right, and connect the motors in the end. That's so you did right, Claudia. Before you put the shell on, you do the wiring.
Yeah, like you
for
put the wiring in, and
then you do the shell.
Yeah,
Okay.
because this one is the last, should be the last one, but that one's gonna be A7.
A7.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Just double checking. For this strand, I think I'm gonna use. I'm gonna tear off. I don't know. Have I used a green, orange, and yellow? I guess it doesn't matter. Purple, blue, and green. I've used that before. So you know what? I'll use a gray, purple, and blue. I'll just take this white one off by itself. We have to remove A6 to do that. You may have to, but that's okay. We can just take off those pins and then reconnect them. But I'm going to use gray, purple, and blue for this one. And I'm kind of going to do it opposite this time around. I'm going to go from the board. So I think you're right. Promise. What I'm gonna do is, I'm just gonna go ahead and take off A6.
Just make sure where the wire.
Just make sure that you wire it up the right way again.
Do you remember how A6 was?
Yeah, I have it.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll be okay. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna use probably the blue for the ground on A7. So blue will go to black. Purple will be the 5V or VCC red. And I'm going to use gray for the going to the yellow on the board, which is our signal. Okay. So now that I have that, I'm going to go back and wire up A6. So just remember, it has to match up. So I had orange going to ground, so that's going to be going to the black on the board. My red was VCC, and it just so happens that that is also red on the board here. And then my brown will go to the signal, which is yellow on the board. And once I've got that all wired up, perfect. So that's how we did our A7 here. There we go. Okay. So then, wow, we've got them pretty much wired up, with the exception of we haven't gone to the last shell of this just yet. What's
So
the
we can
next?
just make sure you have the A7 there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A7.
Like the post-it on it, like bend the post-it.
Oh, okay.
That way you remember.
Like up here
Yeah, so we remember.
on the shell, because this will go through what, the top here in this groove. So actually, I'm gonna go through the wires from A7. I go through this top groove here. And the only thing I'm going to do is connect these. So following the same pattern as earlier, my blue was my ground. So we're going to connect those. My VCC, or my live wire, was purple. Okay, let me see if I can get that here. That was purple. Yeah. All right, and my signal was gray, and that will go into the end. So now, guess what? We have all of our sensors now wired up. Okay, so the next step we're going to do before I actually attach these is we want to make sure that we wire up our motors, right?
Yes, the DC motors.
So the DC motors, and it matters very much how you wire these up too. So you want to make sure, I'm going to go ahead and look at the manual here so that we get these wired up correctly. And in fact, I believe there is a guide. Make sure the lights are facing the smiley face, yeah. That they are facing the same direction. That's correct. Thank you, Promise. So yeah, I am gonna put the guide on the computer over there. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, so we're not putting that just yet. We want to wire the the motors. So let's go over here. Yeah, connecting the motors now.
Yes. So just make sure the collision sensors are like facing you towards you so you can have the same motor.
Yeah, so what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna kind of flip this over the best I can. Right? Or is it no? Yeah. And I'm gonna have I'm gonna grab all the motor wires together. And I'm gonna kind of organize this a little bit because I've kind of got them tangled up in here. So, grabbing that. Just so I can keep these a little bit organized and free from the sensor wires. Get these organized. Okay.
We dropped them. Yesterday we had problems. I think Sherman just got
Okay. But what you're gonna do is I want to have all my motor wires go through this other slot in the make block mega frame. And so I'm just gonna start to pull these through. And I know it can be a little bit tricky because we just wired up A7 there. But do the best that you can to get these all the way through the frame. And take your time with it so that you don't accidentally pull on the wires too strongly and pull them out of one of the other side or the pin or something. Okay. Now, like I said, it does matter how you plug these in and how these go. So you want to make sure you have 1A, 1B, 2A, and 2B. So what we did was we just made some stickies to let us know where to go with that. So I'm gonna, once again, I think I'm gonna flip this over so I can mark these. So this motor is 2B. So the one up top on this, when you flip it over and the impact switch is here, this is 2B, this motor. 2B. Thank you. Yeah. So I'm just going to mark that for me. And then do that. And then I'm just flipping it over again just so that I know what goes to what. And then let's see, the other one right below it is 2A. Oops. So this one was 2B. And I know it's kind of difficult, guys, but...
Or you can put in one at a time so you can connect it.
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll connect 2B first. So I've got 2B right here. And 2B goes all the way to the left. Or does it? Right, 2B.
2B is towards the left.
All the way to the left. Yeah. Okay. So 2B all the way is in that first left there, and what you do is you line that up. Can I not get it? It goes like that. No? What am I doing wrong? Or does it go like that? Oh, the bottom one's here.
So
Okay.
it's gonna be
Right here. Like
it's
that.
all the way to the 2B.
Let's see if we've got chat here. Let's see.
There it is. 2B goes that way. So if you're looking at it from here, it's the furthest one.
For oh, way over here?
Yeah, 2B.
I thought it's right here. To the right. These two are empty. So this goes right here.
No, you put them into the green.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
It's like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm tripping. Yeah, you're right.
Or do
Where the
I
white starts,
do I have
yeah.
it flipped? Does it go
Oh,
like
yeah.
this?
Yeah.
Yeah. It goes like that.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, the green slots. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, we're trying to figure it out ourselves.
If you look at the white sensor that's right here, it's right below it. It's the first little square.
Yeah. Okay. So that's 2B is wired up. Now we're gonna do, I think, 2A.
Ryan,
So
will you show it to them, like which?
Yeah.
Like
let me show y'all where I have this plugged in. The green slots, 2B, just went in right there. Okay. So we've got that. Now I'm going to wire up 2A. And 2A is on the same side. So it's just the other motor on the same side. Because 2A goes right in next to it. You're just going to take that same motor and go... Just pop that in there. Make sure that you are lining it up correctly, not bending any other pins. And you may have to work with it a little bit because it can be a little bit tricky getting that, but once you get the pins sort of lined up correctly, it should just go in like that. Yeah, so when you flip it over, yeah, you're right. So it was the one we just did. 2A is what we did.
and so 2A is right here, right?
Yeah. So that's 2A.
And
That was 2B for this one. So 2B. Yeah, maybe I did that wrong. Let me see. Oh no, that was correct. I got it. Yeah, it's fine. Well. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. So the next side we have is the 1A and 1B. Okay. And that's going to go off to the right hand side. So I'm just going to kind of get these organized just a little bit, these wires.
Hello?
And when I flip it over,
1A is on the top, right?
Hello?
the...
Yes. We can hear you. Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. So I'm confused. The 2B is the first one we did, right? Which is the one at the front away from us. Yes, 2B is 4. Yeah, it's
Yes.
the one if you flip it over, you can see right here. Yeah.
Yes.
2B is 4.
Yes. The first one you did was 2B. And when you flip it over, if you look at the sensors,
Yeah, let's flip it over like this. Or no, I'm sorry. Let's turn it around. Like the picture. That's 2B. And and then this is 2A right here. Okay, so 2A should be that second one. Oops. 2A, so if you follow 2A, sorry, maybe I messed that up. I don't know if I did that
Let
right.
me see.
Let's see.
You just follow the wires.
Sorry, y'all. We're just making sure that we did this correctly. 1A. So if I have it like that, maybe
1A should be on the very end. So we're gonna have to remove this.
yeah.
Did we do 1A or 2A?
We did 2A, 2B, I thought.
Okay, so first, guys, before we move forward, please take this one of the little
Me.
what was this called? Standoff nylon.
Yeah. I may have to take
That way you
these
have
off.
access to connect the DC motors to the Megapi. You have it right, Ryan.
You sure?
Yeah. Can I see it?
Yeah. Sorry, y'all. I'm getting myself confused.
Okay, this one. Yeah, you did that one right. And then this one.
Because we did.
Oh wait, no, you
I
did
think
not connect
yeah.
the correct one.
I think I'm flipped.
Yeah. So this one. This one is the 2. The 2B.
Yeah. So
This
let's take those off.
So we're just gonna take this one.
Yeah. So we're gonna. I had them mixed up, y'all. So I'm going to take. I'm gonna go ahead and unplug these.
Just one.
Is it just one of them?
Yeah. And it's the 2B. So just make sure, guys, whenever you follow your motor. See, so this is this motor.
Yeah,
And this
that
is the wire.
is.
That's the D2.
That's 2A.
2A, yes.
Yeah. So 2A goes into the second
Yes.
spot. Okay. And then 2B was our top right. So 2B was up there.
Mhm.
And that goes into the first one.
Yes.
Yeah. So we do have that correctly.
Yeah.
And then what we will do is we'll go from our other motors, which is this top left one is 1A. So 1A gets plugged in to the very end. And I'm just making sure that I have the right one here. So 1A. So if that one gets plugged into the very end, I know that the other one goes in the middle. And so these two will just go like this. Just like this. So now I have the motors wired up.
The
Oh.
nylon.
We'll grab the nylon standoff. Go right back into here, which
Promise, do you want to go into a break room?
It's because of the way that she says the diagram.
Oh, yes, it's-
Screen's different.
Mhm.
It's just flipped differently.
Yeah.
so yeah, because that's the top view. And we were working from the bottom. That's why. So they were using the top view, promise.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Put a post-it and label each DC motor with the post-its. That way they know which one's which.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
So I'm gonna flip it over upside down. And we're gonna put post-its on each one, each motor. This is, yeah, 1A, 1B, 2B, 2A. Yeah.
Okay. So what we're gonna do, let me get a. Do you have the Megapie? Oh, I have it. Okay.
It's different because we don't have the other module, the motor modules. Do you have that somewhere? We're gonna show you that real quick, promise. Let me see if we can find a. We have no motor modules anywhere.
We can show them. Here's this new with the motor modules.
Okay. So I'm gonna show you. This is another MegaPi just by itself, so that I can show you what it looks like here. Okay. So just ignore the fact that we don't have the two motor modules here. We're gonna grab a couple of those real quick. That way this sort of mimics exactly what you see at the top of your robot. But essentially what you're gonna have is 2B will be right here. Right here. Okay? Be the very first one, so you're correct. Yeah, the book shows it from the bottom, but the diagram on the screen shows it from the top, which is weird because, well, you kind of have to follow the wire up to the top. But 2B goes first, okay? So you're wiring from this wheel to the to this one here, okay? So you're on the third green plug-in, but all the way to the left of the third green plug-in. Yeah, that's what it was doing with me, Emma. And then the second one is 2A, and 2A gets plugged in to this spot right here, okay? Right next to 2B. So it goes 2B, 2A, 1B, 1A, okay? And if you look at the wheels and the way we have it sort of labeled here, you can see that that 2B is first, 2A second, 1B third, and 1A is fourth. Okay? So you won't be using these two. Yeah. Oh, you got it now? Yeah, no problem, promise. I just wanted to make sure everybody gets that. Okay? It's hard to follow because you're constantly having to flip the robot, right? I mean, it's very... It can get very confusing, but I hope that helped explain it there. Okay? So, really, the next step from that is you're going to flip the robot back over. And you know what? You may want to take this opportunity before you do flip it over to sort of tighten things down, because while we were wiring everything up, I got some of the screws and things loose. So I'm gonna go ahead and just try to tighten these things up the best that I can. I think we got it. She got it without.
Oh, she did?
Yeah, sorry. So just the best that you can. I'm gonna hand tighten this this sensor here, the impact sensor. Just gonna take this time to make sure that I have that taken care of. Because I will tell you that the first thing for me to go on the robot whenever I was driving it around was I knocked these two impact sensors off, to be honest with you guys. Miss McGoey witnessed a tragedy. But I was driving it around last Friday, and I lost control of it. I set it to the highest setting, and I lost control of it, and it hit the wall next to Dr. Flores' office, and then I lost both my sensors, and I had to find the washers or the nuts, and then I had to find the screws, and so I'm just making sure that everything is tightened up just a little bit for me. And then I'll flip it back over. Okay, so we've wired up A7 already, and so actually the next step to get this top shell to stay secure there are 4 8mm screws. So you're going to want to grab your toolbox. And our 8mm screws are going to be in slot number 12. Okay, remember 12 in the front of the toolbox. And I just need 4 of them, so I'm just going to open up my little bag here and grab 4. So now I have 4 of them. I'm going to close the baggie, put it back into spot number 12 in the toolbox. Lock that up. And these screws use the hex side of the screwdriver. So make sure you grab the screwdriver. I'm going to flip it from the Phillips side to the hex side. And then those 4 nylon standoffs, I think is what they're called, is what we will actually be screwing this into. But you want to make sure that you're doing this in the right direction. So make sure that the sensor is facing the same way as the other two, A6 and A8. So this is A7, A6, 7, 8. And then I'm going to line these up. And actually the top shell lines up.
But be careful not to accidentally pinch the wires.
Yeah, don't pinch the wires. Just kind of tuck them the best that you can here. Does nothing plug into these? What plugs into here? Anything? No? The motor?
No.
No? Okay. Just making sure.
No, it's like for an attachment.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to sort of tuck these wires underneath so that I don't pinch it like Miss McGoey mentioned. These line up on the top shell to threaded holes inside of each nylon standoff. And so what I'm going to do is what I like to do whenever I have multiple screws having to go in here is I'm just going to loosely do each one before I tighten. And I think that's a good rule of thumb for really anything. that you have, whether it's this or a 2x4 or... I'm just going to loosely do each one before I tighten it all the way down completely. And this way I can also take a look at the robot, make sure the wires are tucked in carefully. And now I can actually go ahead, now that it looks good, I'm going to go ahead and tighten all of them together at once. And it doesn't have to be super tight, just make sure it's snug, because this is covering the Mega Pi or the Raspberry Pi unit, so you want to make sure that it is at least somewhat snug so that it's also, so that all of it is secure, really. Okay. So now we have the upper shell completed. We just wired up the last of the sensors. The next step is to actually get the battery pack installed. But I want to make sure that we're at a point that everyone is at the same spot. And so, like, raise your hand or do whatever you need to do to let me know that we can proceed with the battery installation. Nadeli, thank you.
Somebody has their hand out. Raising their hand.
Okay, all right, promise, we got it, okay. Juliana. Okay. Well, type in the chat if you are not at this step, and I will slow it down and I will step back just to make sure that we're all in the same spot, okay? So now we are actually in the battery installation. So the first step that we're going to do is we're actually going to grab the batteries. Well, no, we're not. Sorry. We're not going to do that. The first step is we need the battery pack, and this was just loose in the box inside of your MBot Mega. That was loose in here, so grab the battery pack out of there.
It's in the box.
And it was in the toolbox. I'm sorry.
I think it's 15.
Yeah. And then we also need the bracket. You need to put in like the bracket underneath that.
Right. So is the bracket in here or no?
No, the bracket's right here.
Okay.
No,
I
but
picked that up earlier, yeah.
Oh, okay.
put the battery.
So grab your bracket. It looks like this. And this was in the blue box in your MBot Mega box. Was that in this one? I guess that one wasn't. Yeah, it was in the. Okay. And then also the battery pack. If you don't have these or you can't find them, raise your hand or type in the chat. This is what we need. We need the battery pack and this L-shaped bracket here. Okay. And then we're actually going to be using the same screws that we use to install the top upper shell here. And then let's also get the batteries out of the toolbox. And the batteries you're going to find located in spot number 15 in the toolbox at the very front. So I'm getting out of the toolbox 6 batteries. You should have exactly 6 in here. So I'm grabbing my 6 and I'm going to put them off to the side. And then I have 4 8mm screws. Well, we actually only need 2, so we're going to just do 2 of our 8mm screws, and that was out of slot number 12 in the toolbox. Once again, slot number 12 in the toolbox. Okay. So then, as you can see at the diagram, it shows that they're putting the battery pack like this. They sort of have it wrapped around like this, but I'm gonna have the bracket lined up. And then you're actually going to use 2 screws. And what I'm going to do is just hand tighten for now the screws into the bracket. And it may be a little bit tricky to get it lined up. You might want to use your screwdriver. There we go. I'm using my screwdriver to attach the bracket. Does it matter which way you put the bracket under the tray? I think it does. I'm following, and it definitely does. Miss Carmona informed me. So you want to make sure that you have the wire. See how I have the battery tray with the wire coming off the bottom right? That's where I have the lip of the bracket here. Okay, so that's the way I have it lined up, and it does matter how you do that. So once again, try to follow what the diagram is showing at the top right of the screen, but also I'll show you how I did it. So this is the wire coming off just like that. See? Okay. Once you have done that, then you put the batteries into the tray. And, you know, if you're not familiar with that process, you make sure that you line up. The positive side is marked on the battery, the little plus, and the negative side does not have the little bump. And it shows you in the tray how to do that. So negative side usually goes towards the springy portion. So I'm just gonna pop that in there just like that. Opposite for this one, and it's sort of just an opposite that you do here. Negative to negative, or I'm sorry, yeah, you have the negative towards the spring, and the positive with the bump towards the other angle. And you want to, it's sort of making a popping noise whenever I do that. I'm going to make sure you get the batteries all the way in there. Okay, so mine looks like this. Okay. Okay. It does say if you find it hard to replace the batteries later on after they have died, you can install the battery holder another way. I think that's the way we installed it before, though. To see. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, so just slide like that. Okay. So with the sensors facing this way, I'm going to go ahead and slide. And be careful with the wires down in there. You may have to move them around a little bit. or tuck them. I slid the battery pack underneath the upper shell, and I'm just sort of gonna tuck this wire underneath. And where do you have it going?
It just goes to the side. I mean, you can make it.
Do I have to tuck the wire?
From here, like.
It's on the side right here.
Okay.
So you just kind of fumble with it a little bit. That's what I did.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So I know what you're saying, Ryan. Like put like it would
To tuck the wire.
Yeah, down there. Does it fit in there? No, it'll go the other way, like
Oh,
underneath.
go underneath and
And
back
top it.
around.
Yes.
Okay. So here's the best way I think we can do this. So because we have a lot of slack on the wire, on this power wire, right? So I slid the battery tray underneath here. I'm gonna go ahead and move this, or actually what I can do, I'm gonna take this back out, and I'm gonna go, oops. Do you get it? I'm gonna go underneath where the battery pack goes with the cable, and I'm gonna pop out the other end. So actually I'm gonna grab this wire right where the battery slides in, and then I'm gonna grab this and slide it, and we'll see if this works. It sort of clicked in there just like that. Now I'm gonna loop this back around where the Mega Pi is at. I can do that. Sort of feed the wire over the top of the Mega Pi unit. I'm trying to slide this. And again, you don't have to do it this way, but this way I'm trying to do it so that the wire is tucked in there as best as I can get it. And it may be a little bit difficult to do,
You can
but
use your screwdriver to help you push it through.
yeah, you can use the screwdriver if that'll help you, which it's gonna help me.
That we can kind of like make a loop on it and just kind of pull it.
And I'm being careful with the other wires too, but I just dropped that. There we go. So now I have that pulled all the way through. Just gonna make sure I go over the top of the Mega Pi and go
On the side, yeah.
on the side.
So what I did, I bent it out. I pulled it out a little bit, Ryan, and then I folded it. So
So you did like
yes,
that.
that way you
Okay.
have a little more control over it.
Got it. Okay. And it plugs into the Mega Pi. You'll see a little round plug-in adapter. And it may prove a little bit difficult to get that in there. But you should only have to do this one time.
Do you want me to do it, Ryan?
Yeah, I may have to. Because my fingers are just too... Alright.
Okay, so what I did is I kind of pulled it out as much as I could. you angle it a little bit and just push it in. You can use 2 hands. And there it goes.
Okay.
You have to angle it towards the back, okay? That way you have a little more room so you can push it in.
Perfect. Like I said, you don't have to do that. If you have a better way of tucking the wire so that it doesn't interfere, feel free to do it that way. We just decided to do it this way. So it doesn't get caught. Honestly, if y'all have any zip ties or something like that, electrical tape, you could actually tuck it better than the way we did it. No problem. So, and then actually the last step is securing the battery pack to the actual MegaPi, and that is going to require another 8mm screw. So I have to go back into our toolbox to the front into slot number 12 in the toolbox, and then grabbing just one 8mm screw, and you're going to use the hex side of the screwdriver to secure the battery pack to your Mbot Mega. Okay. So we're going to secure the battery pack just by putting a screw in that L bracket that we had earlier. And we're just going to screw that in here. And there we are. Ta-da! Our Mbot Mega is complete, but let's see if it turns on, okay? There is a switch next to there's like green plugins here, and there's the USB port. You're gonna want to turn the switch on as the moment of truth. And it turned on. Yay! Congratulations.
Ryan, you can breathe, Ryan.
I can breathe. I built our first robot in June. We put together. I put it all together and it didn't turn on. So I had a malfunctioned device. If that is you, then that is okay. We can figure that out. We can put you in a separate room to sort of troubleshoot. And then if that doesn't work, we can get you another unit as well. Okay. But it turns on. All right. I will tell you that this is a whenever you first turn it on, it comes with the pre-installed programs. And so right now, I think
Yeah, it's a sensor.
it is trying to...
Oh, one of the wheels isn't working.
One of the wheels isn't working, so we may have put the wheels on.
No, just make sure it's pushed in on...
Oh.
Like in the back. No, like the DC motor to the MegaPi. So I would turn it off.
Okay. Are they sure they're not all? Oh yeah, no.
Yeah, so it's probably one of them just got disconnected. So I would turn off the MegaPi.
Wait, one is not on or what?
Yeah, one's not rotating. And the connections are back here. You see them?
Oh yeah.
I would.
Pero ¿qué robot ese es el que ya hicieron?
So yeah.
So we're actually gonna have to take the top shell off because where do you?
Wait, when or where? Where do we? Okay.
One of our wheels isn't working. I'm not sure I understand your question, Promise. Can you?
Oh, Sherman, can you come off mute and just ask us the questions? Okay, where do we put the plug? For the battery.
You can show it through this right here too.
When I take this off, I can also show. Goes right here. So there's a circular adapter that you plug it in. Need to change.
No. If your wheels, Janet, are your wheels working?
I mean,
Yeah, just make sure they're all plugged in. Okay. Yeah, because all of them turned on except that one. Hold on. Is it turning now?
something's
So
up.
it's
That motor.
this is
Wait, it just turned?
there you go. There's a loose motor.
Oh,
Loose
okay.
wire.
Okay. So we. How
So
do we
they're
know?
asking, how do they know if the wheels work or not?
Okay. Well, I'm about to show y'all. I had to do some troubleshooting real quick. Give me just a second. I can show you. What happens is whenever you first turn it on, it's already running a like a factory installed program, and what that does is it wants to back away when you put your hand in front of the IR sensors. The IR sensors, remember, are these A7, A6, A7, A8, what we installed earlier that are. And so what it wants to do is when you put your hand or some kind of motion in front of it, it wants to back away. And
Did
so
anybody's Megabot not turn on? Like the lights?
yeah, let us know. Again, I'm just tightening the top shell. And doesn't.
There's probably a loose wire. Try it again. So it's this wire.
Okay.
So we
It's
might need
just
to
got a
tie
short.
it. We might need to tie it or something. Turn it on. Go like that. Yeah.
I'll just leave it. See. So it does. It's already got a pre-installed program running.
Oh, and, they're asking how. Okay, promise yours won't turn on. Okay. They're asking how do you make it work. So what did you have to push, Ryan, in order for it to do the factory?
So to run the factory programs, there is you have to hold the impact sensor down, and it will change the colors. Now I believe blue. Let me see if it tells me in here. Blue is line tracking mode, and so what came in each of your boxes is there's like a mat with a line on it. So if you hold down one of the impact sensors, it changes to blue, and it wants to follow a line, and it's going to continue to follow that line, and it probably will not stop until you turn it off. Okay? Now the yellow is automatic
Can you create a breakout room?
obstacle avoidance. So it's going to go until it sees an object,
Okay, never
and
mind.
then it's going to try and move
Got it.
away. Okay? So it sees an object, it tries to move away, and then it keeps on going. To get it back to where it was, which was the gesture control. Hold down the button again, and that's green. Okay, gesture control is just waving your hand in front of it, and it moves away. See that? Moves away from me. Okay? Good, Promise. I'm glad you got it to work. We were about to get you in a private room to see if we could get it to work.
I wonder if anybody would like to show us the robot.
Yeah, would anyone like to show us at this point what yours looks like, how you're coming along? You can turn your camera on so we can see it, because congratulations, you you made it. We made it. We've got the Mbot Mega built and haven't even scratched the surface on the coating yet. You got him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did it? Okay. It went around and a third. Oh, yes. So it changes. So every time that you hold down the what is it called? The collision sensor?
Yeah, so each of those modes are pre-installed on the MegaPi, and basically what happens when you hold down the impact switch, which are these switches right here, when you hold one of them down for like just 2 or 3 seconds, the color changes underneath, and that signifies that you changed the mode that it came with. Green means gesture recognition. So gesture recognition is holding your hand in front, and it will try to back away. There you go, Sherman. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. And then blue is line tracking mode. Like I said, your Mbot Mega inside of your kit, there's, with the manual, there's a foldable mat. Do we have that somewhere? Can I show them what that looks like? Yeah, I agree, Sherman. Unscrewing the top makes it easier to connect the wire. So this is a foldable mat that actually comes with your Mbot Mega. It looks like this, and you can put your Mbot Mega on the mat, and as long as you hold the sensor down and it switches to blue, that's your line tracking mode. So it's going to continue to follow. We'll actually test it right now. I'm going to turn it to blue. Now it's blue because I held down this button. And it's going to follow the mat. Now, I don't know if you can see, I don't know if I can get y'all to see it. Maybe the other camera. Let me see if we can. No. Well, you can kind of see it following a little bit on that mat. So it just continues to drive and follow that line around. Until you stop it. Okay? Yeah, much better. There we are. Perfect. Oops. Okay. Let me go back to this scene here. Yeah, that'd be great. Perfect, Sherman. That's awesome. I'm so happy for you. So, and then like I said, the next, when you hold down the sensor, the next is obstacle avoidance. So basically what that means is it's going to continue to run. The IR sensor will see something in front of it, and the robot will like back up or turn and go the other way, and it will continue to try and go somewhere until it actually, until you stop it, basically. You thought it was a weird poster, Emma? Yeah, it was just a circle poster we wanted to throw in. It was really, we thought it was cool and abstract. but no, you can do that. Now it does say that the line tracking sensors, so that remember that those are these sensors right here that it uses, that the line has to be a width of more than 18 millimeters for the line sensing to work. So just keep that in mind. And then, like I said, with the obstacle avoidance, that's the yellow mode, it will continue to move until you pick it up and stop it. So it just starts and automatically avoids obstacles until you actually move it. And all of this information that I just gave you can be listed on page 22 of your manual, okay? So that is the Mbot Mega and the factory. It keeps running away from you. Yeah, you have to flip the switch, turn it off. Yeah, too much cardio. But that is your Mbot Mega constructed with the factory settings, okay? Congratulations that you made it this far. I feel proud of myself. That we made it work. If yours is working like this, that means all the wiring we did paid off.
Yeah. And
So
if anybody's having any issues, please let us know so we can create a breakout room so we can help you troubleshoot it.
yeah. So if yours is having any trouble, let us know. The next step is actually to show all of you how to code this thing. So we're going to go beyond the factory settings that you see here, and we will actually show you the beginnings of that. Yours is on, but it's not moving. Okay.
Okay.
We'll put you into a private breakout room, promise.
His name is
Lil Barry. I like that, Emma. But promise, we can put you into a breakout room real quick with either Miss McGoey or Miss Carmona, or both, to Carmona, to see if we can get yours to actually work. I think was there one that the first one you built the same issue with the.
I would click the sensors and it wouldn't move or anything.
Okay. You can't get yours to even switch modes when you hold down the sensor, promise?
Manually, right?
Was I manually right? I don't know.
Okay. We'll put you in a breakout room real quick, promise.
Okay. I think that's it because it's just.
It was doing that, then it stopped. Okay.
Did I make it create a room?
Move.
No. I need to put her in. Options.
Yeah, we'll get it. We'll get you in a breakout room so we can get that fixed, promise.
Open all rooms. Yeah, right?
Did you get it?
Oh, no.
You gave it a name tag, which is so funny. I do like the name tag, Emma. That's great.
Because I don't see you and I see me, but not you. There you go.
You got it?
Yes. Am I the only one in here? Yeah.
Okay, promise. See if you can.
Yeah, just ask. Yeah, there we
There
go.
she goes.
Okay, perfect. Okay,
Okay, promise.
Do you want to come over there?
Promise. Hi, promise.
I can. Let me move over there.
Can you
I'll
turn
do
your
that.
camera on?
So I'm gonna move over real quick. Give me just 1 second. Yeah, I'll probably go over there.
What's going on? I wonder if it's Okay. And everybody's still in the other room, right?
Yes.
Okay. we're gonna troubleshoot this, okay? Okay, the lights turn on. Is it just the sensors? Okay,
sensors
wait,
are red.
you know what? Push the back little clicker. Push the back of your clicker until until it turns blue. Is the light blue on the bottom? Change it, yeah. So each one has a different, let go of it. Okay, now change it again. Ryan, what color is the line tracking?
Blue, right?
Okay, let go of it. You click on the other side. Okay, hold on to it. See if the bottom light changes. I saw it change. Here, look. Turn it off real quick. No, don't push both of them. Just turn it off, and we're gonna turn it off and wait like 10 seconds. Okay. Okay, turn it off. Let's see what light. Okay. So on. Okay.
Okay.
Your left. Where's your left? I can't see it. I'm sorry. What side is your left? Okay. On your right
Stand
side.
by real quick, everyone.
You're right. Okay. Push, not that one. Yes. Push that one down. The sensor. Yeah. And let go. Let go. Okay. Do it again. Just hold it like for 2 seconds. If you wave your hands in front of it, promise, does it move? Okay, that might be your something with
Okay. So actually the next step for everyone, let me turn this up just a little bit there. Okay. So actually the next step is does everyone have a computer or something where you can actually plug the USB into from the robot, whether that be a PC, Mac, or a Chromebook? If you do not, you can DM me. Just send a private message in the Zoom chat for me.
Yes, thank you.
And that way I know, and we can go from there.
And we're just gonna turn the power off on your Megapie. This is Zoe trying to enter the main session.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me get. Okay, got it.
Okay, so just turn it off. Let the lights turn off. Okay. Okay, so.
All right.
Uh,
So it seems like everybody has a computer or something to plug into. So let me. I'm gonna bring up my other computer here so that I can show you what this looks like and how to install the drivers that you're going to need. Okay. So and I can post I can post it in the chat. The drivers that you'll need. 1 second. Let me see if I can pull that up.
Thomas, did it move at all when you turned on with the DC? Like when it turned on? At first it did. Okay.
So I'm gonna post this in YouTube. I'm also gonna post this in the chat on
Okay. And just wave your hand in front of the sensors, the lighted ones, the ones that are.
Zoom.
Let go.
Make sure everybody gets this.
Okay, we're gonna troubleshoot that. Okay.
Okay. What it's called is it's called M-Link 2. And M-Link 2
The top shelf.
you can download on Windows, Mac, Linux, or Chromebook. Okay. You're gonna need this because this is how your computer actually talks to the robot and how the computer recognizes the robot, okay? So this is what you want to have installed. All right, so I already have it installed. So once you get it installed, or if you have any trouble with getting it installed, let me know. But essentially, at the end, you're gonna have a link or something called MLink 2 on your desktop, and when it opens, it'll look like this. Okay, and I want everyone to get to this step before I proceed forward. Okay. I'll give you just a minute to get that installed. If you have any trouble, like I said, DM me. Let me know.
Now gently, yes, take it off. Like put it in
And while you're doing that, I'm going to take the time to go back to the toolbox. And I am going to grab the USB cord with my Mbot Mega. Okay? So I'm just going to grab that real quick. So the USB cord was in slot number 16 at the back of the toolbox. And it's the only wire. It's a black wire with the USB symbol on it.
disconnect that one.
And I just took the little twisty tie off. And I'm going to go ahead and just plug the USB A side, that's the flat side, into my computer. I'm not going to plug this into my Mega just yet, but I just want to get it ready. Now, the first part to this, if you're not here, let me know. I don't want to move forward if everyone's not at the same spot. But if you want to get really intricate with it, there's a Python editor. You can also be a developer, join their community. But the one that we're going to use, just for the sake of time and introducing you into coding, is called the block-based editor. Okay, Ruben, no problem. Would everyone like a few minutes to get to this step, to download the M-Link? I'll post it in the chat once again. There's the links to download M-Link 2.
Wait, what happened? I promise, that's what I like to do. I like to label my wires.
You have a hard time downloading the link, Sherman? Okay. Well, let me give y'all, I'll give y'all a few minutes. How long do you think you need? So do I plug in both the USB and the USB cord? Okay. So Emma, all I did so far with the USB cord was just plug one end into the computer, the end that goes into the computer. I have not plugged in my Mega yet. I have not plugged in the other side just yet. Okay. So this is where I'm at so far.
Hold on. I'm gonna.
See if I can show you here. So if you can see, I don't have this plugged in to the robot just yet, okay? It's not plugged in to the side that it needs to be plugged in. I just have the USB plugged into the computer. And all I have displayed on the screen so far is this. I have not clicked anything else. I will wait, but essentially what you would do is you'd hit this button here, and it's going to open up their online block-based coding and update editor.
Okay. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna turn off my. And I'm gonna mute myself.
But I can give y'all a few minutes to get to where we're comfortable with moving on. Yeah, the USB plugged into the computer. Okay. Yeah, you have inbox downloaded, blue USB plugged in. You have the cord plugged in. Okay. Yeah. So you seem to be at the same spot as us, Emma.
Okay, promise.
Um,
Labeled.
only the end for the computer. Yeah.
Promise. Can you hear me?
Yeah, only the end for the computer. You should have essentially what this USB is this is a USB port, but usually only printers use this, as well as some other like USB docks and everything use this end. It's not a standard USB plug-in end. So you just have the end plugged into the computer, and then this other end will plug into the Mega once we actually open up the program here.
Okay. Okay. So now we're going to follow it. We're gonna make sure everything got connected the right way.
And just let me know if you need any assistance, you need help. What I can do is we can
Follow it
open up something to see if we can get it downloaded correctly.
If you see mine goes
I had an issue the first time I downloaded MLink.
follow it, and then follow it to the other side, and then flip it.
You did take an extra step by doing that, Emma.
Get the screwdriver.
Not everyone has to do that if you don't want to put a sticky note and name of your robot, but I do like that. You need help, okay? You're in the block one already. Okay, that's okay, Emma. Sherman, what do you need help with? How can I help you?
So I'm taking off the screws.
If you want to unmute, you can do that as well. Or if you prefer to chat, you can do that too.
Hello?
Yeah.
I tried downloading the app, but then they said it won't go with window. And I also tried with Chrome, but they said there was there was an error. So I don't
Okay, are you using a school computer?
No.
A Chromebook
No?
works,
Okay.
Ryan.
Yeah. You're on Chromebook, you said?
Now I'm on a laptop at Chrome.
Oh, you're
I
on.
tried downloading Google Chrome, but then it won't go through.
Okay. Uh, have you tried any other browser? You're just on a Windows laptop? You said.
Uh, yes, but
Okay.
they said the window does not support the system. I don't know why.
What system of Windows are you running?
That's because I don't actually have a Windows account, and so it won't go through.
Oh, okay. Okay. Do
Yeah,
you have access to a Chromebook or something like from school?
no,
No.
returning no.
There is a website where he can just do it, creates one, and he does it on Windows because I was able to do it at the Mac. You don't have to download
I'm
it.
just gonna try again and see
Okay.
if it works.
Okay. All right. Give me a second, Sherman. Sherman, it won't let you download Google Chrome either.
Okay, so which one are you doing? Working on?
Yeah, I'm trying right now. I'm trying again, but let me see if
Okay,
I
so
can
one
download.
B,
Okay.
1B.
There is a link here. I want to see. It says it can't install
And
mlink
if
on
you increase its font,
Windows.
it will
Let's
open up.
see.
Remember we talked about that? Taking off the spacer. 1A is going to be on the very far corner. So if you just find one of them, you can trace it through, and the other one is the leftover one. So that one will be either 1B.
So it looks like they have a solution area, Sherman. You may want to try this out. Um,
Okay.
You want to put them in the break room?
uh, did you get promise?
Is it in the chat?
Okay. Yeah, I'll post it in the chat. What we can also do is Miss McGoey's in a breakout room with Promise, and what I can do is she can walk you through the steps. She had also an issue with the same thing,
Okay.
and so she is going to walk you through some troubleshooting on that if you're okay with that.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay. So give me 1 second. Let me see if I can do that for you.
Promise, I like that you put all your screws up and you're really organized. Good job. And what I do to, what makes it easy for me, Promise, is if I kind of like lift it up a little bit and kind of like push the screw in, you can feel the spacer like where it's supposed to go in. And then once you have those there, the other ones will just line up automatically.
All right, Sherman, if you want to join room 1 there. With Miss McGoey.
Stole my kill, man. You stole my kill. I hit it for 105.
Hi, Sherman.
There you go. Okay.
Okay, Sherman, will you share your screen with me? Let me see what.
So Ruben, you got to the website. Okay. So you got to the website. Did you download the M link? Is everybody right here at this portion where you downloaded it and then you opened it? What happened was let me X out of this. So I downloaded it and yes, it says M-Link 2. Good. I have this icon. The icon looks like this. I'm dragging it on my screen. Looks like this. Okay.
Okay, if you go to share screen, it should
When
be
I double click on it to open it, this is what comes up.
on my phone.
You shouldn't need updates. You shouldn't need to do any of the settings. In fact, I'm not going to run it at startup. But what I am going to do
Okay, Promise. Let's see if it works.
is I am going to open it on the block-based editor. So I'm going to click Create Now, this very first tile right here. I'm going to click on that. It's going to open up my default browser and take me to a website that looks like this.
Oh, I can't play chamber, man.
Okay.
Surrender, surrender, surrender. Surrender, bro. This game's dog shit.
Now let me know if you are not here.
Okay, all right, hold on, Sherman. Okay, promise. We might have some wires that are mixed in. Okay.
Okay. So the very first thing that we're gonna want to do
You know what, promise? I want you to.
is I do have on the virtual e-handbook basically what the steps are.
Household.
So we have MLink. We did MLink. Okay.
So this is what I want you to do. Can you give me permission? All right,
See if I can
let me
open
side by
this real
side.
quick.
Try to do this. Okay, I want you to.
So this is talking about the application, but we want to create a make block account. Okay. So back on the website,
Mbot.
you'll see this little circle profile up here up at the top. Does everybody see this? It says next to Python editor. This little circle icon is like an avatar. You want to click on that, okay? And if you don't already have a MakeBlock account, make sure you hit sign up, okay? Now, we already have an account, so I'm just going to hit the login with Google option here, okay? So when I click on that, now I'm logged in.
We're gonna have to see what sensor. Okay, your sensor is flashing. You see how they're flashing in front of you?
Now, this is free.
It's supposed to be.
I just want everyone to be able to create a MakeBlock account so that whatever we code, whatever we save to the robot will get saved into your account online, and you won't have to start from scratch or anything later on. All you will have to do is just log into your account wherever you are or whatever computer you're on, and it will be there.
Okay. Here's where I'm at. Okay, Sherman, I'm gonna share what I know. Ready? What are you using? Are you using Windows? Yes. A Chromebook.
Oh, he's a machine. He doesn't have bones or flesh.
Are you using a laptop? Are you using a Chromebook? What are you using?
No, that's for a human body.
Windows. Okay, so that's
Was human. Was
Okay,
human.
okay.
The difference.
Stop sharing. I want you to share your screen one more time. I want to see what you're working with.
All right. Well, once you've created your account, let me know if you need more time, okay? If you need more time, let me know.
Yes.
Okay. You raise your hand. Okay, you need more time. All right.
Yes, right there. Okay. I want you okay. Mbot Mega okay. Put software. Mbot Mega software. And yeah, right there. Can you click on the first one?
No, I'm not a good chamber, bro.
No, not that one. Sorry, the second one.
I'm going with my.
Yeah, the second one right there. Go down.
I got your.
Click on product support. Where's the support? It's in the middle. Scroll down a little bit. And
If you start the queue, maybe.
okay, hold on. Program. We're gonna build Mbot Mega programs. Right here, program Mbot Mega with Mbot Pi. Click on that. No. Keep going. And the to the left. Right there.
I'll give it another minute or two. Let me know if you need more time.
You don't have to download it. Okay? So scroll down. Right.
Again, we're just creating a free account on the MakeBlock website.
Scroll up a little bit. Like slowly, slowly. No, scroll back up to the top. Okay, go slow, slow. Okay, hold on. Wait, stop. Create right there. Go up. Keep scrolling down. Yeah, like that. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, hold on. Control on button.
Okay, if you are not ready for me to move forward, let me know. If I don't see a raised hand or anything, I will assume I'm good to move forward then. After you create an account on the MakeBlock website there.
Can you see what I'm showing?
Because our next step is to actually connect our Mega to the computer, okay? So the next step, what I would do is take your USB, it only plugs in one way, and it's the same side as the side that you turn on your Mega robot, and the same side that we actually plugged it in from the battery pack. You'll see this white little plug-in area, only plugs in one way with the flat bottom. It's got a flat bottom and it's got a sort of like a tri-dented top. And you're gonna just plug that in, and what happens is you'll hear it plug into your computer. It just made a noise and the lights turned on my Mega.
And then when you get it, you're gonna click right here. You see it where it says code with block? It's showing the
Okay.
first one.
So what's really cool about the Mega is that you can actually upload different codes into the robot, which I'll show you in just a second. But the very first thing you want to do is you want to make sure your computer recognizes that you have plugged it in. And so it doesn't matter whether you have it on live or upload. I'll explain what the mode switch is basically, but you want to hit connect. Does everybody see this connect area? I'm going to go ahead and click connect here.
You see where it says Microsoft Edge runs on the same technology as Chrome when you add it? Okay.
Now for me, it may say something different for you, but for me it says COM4.
Click on code with
You can say show all connectable devices, but COM4, it should recognize your robot. And if you hit connect, now the robot is connected.
and then you're gonna request you're gonna create
The default kill animation got
profile with an email that you have access to. So go to the little
Let me know if I'm moving too fast.
right there.
Well, that's why you stuck ascended, bro.
Because our very next step is we need to update the firmware. We need to update it so that it has the most updated firmware option so that whenever we're coding, we run into the least amount of glitches that we can while we are coding it.
So click on there. Thank you. Okay, promise. Okay, Sherman.
No problem, Nadeli. So after you plug the cord into the computer,
Sherman, you should get a code.
I'm going to go ahead and disconnect this real quick. After you plug the cord into the computer,
So make sure
you're going to hit the connect option here. See the connect option down here? There's like a little panda right here showing disconnected. It'll say connect your device. There's upload and live. You don't want to mess with these just right now. I'll explain what those are, but there's a little connect option down here. So after you plug it in and the lights turn on your robot, you hit connect. And this little dialog box pops up. It says USB, and it says Yours may say something different than COM4, could say COM2, COM8, could have some weird letters and numbers, but essentially what it's doing is it's recognizing a certain code for your robot so that it understands how to communicate with it. And then you're going to want to hit connect. And then you should see this green check mark box say connected. It will go away after a couple of seconds.
Done with that, Sherman, I would really appreciate it if you show me that you're successfully got in there, and then I'll send you. You can go to the other break room.
Okay, you think you got it? Okay. So the next step after you get it connected is we need to update the firmware. The only way that we're going to get this thing working correctly whenever we're coding it is if we update the firmware to the most up to date with the less amount of glitches possible. So the way to update the firmware is right below disconnect. There's a settings option. You want to click this settings option down here. Let's go ahead and click settings. We can ignore the setup host name, the setup Wi-Fi. We don't want to mess with that just right now. But those are options for later on. But we want to update the firmware. You see this where it says firmware update? I'm going to go ahead and click on firmware update. And it says latest firmware. Okay? You're checking for the latest firmware. And I'm going to click updates here. And when I click that, little thing is going to start spinning. It's going to start searching online for any updates possible for my MBOT Mega.
And then sign up. Click it all the way over. You might need to get a new code. So resend.
So it's spinning, It may take a minute. See if it fails. It may fail.
Slide it over.
We'll see what happens.
Slide to verify. And then check your Gmail and see if you received a different code.
Oh, you know what? I am so sorry, y'all. It is checking for the wrong thing. Let's see if we can get out of this real quick. I'm so sorry.
Turn off your screen so you can check your email and get that new verification code that you need to put in there.
It's gonna spend until you're in a retirement home. Yeah, that's because we are checking for an update for the wrong thing. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go in here and actually reload the website. I'm so sorry, y'all. Changes you made will not be saved. That's okay. I'm gonna go ahead and hit reload anyway. Okay.
And whenever you're done getting the new verification code, Sherman, you can share your screen.
Let's do this. Let's do this first. Okay, everyone? You'll see over here it says CyberPi. Well, we do not have the CyberPi. So it's searching to update the CyberPi. I'm so sorry. I did not notice that until now. What you want to do is, let's just go ahead and delete that one. So it says delete the sprite. Yes, you want to delete that. Okay, once again, I'm going over here. I'm hitting the little X in the corner for the CyberPi, and I'm hitting delete.
Sherman, were you able to
Okay.
access to that?
Then I'm going to hit the little plus mark here, okay? Because what we need to do instead of the CyberPi, we actually need to add the MBOT Mega, okay?
Okay, there you go. Okay, now make it big. That way I can see what you're...
So we're going to click on MBOT Mega, and we're going to click
and
OK.
click on the little panda. You can make sure that's your username. There you go. Okay, so I'm gonna switch you to the other break room, so you can exit this break room and go to.
Okay. So
Brian's working.
here is the MBOT Mega. You need the MBOT Mega to be right here, okay?
You're welcome. So just make sure, Sherman, you.
Make sure the MBOT Mega is over here. If you did not follow that step, I can do it again, okay? Let me know.
But you can close like the YouTube.
But you want the MBOT Mega here. Then we're going to hit connect, okay? Then we're going to hit connect.
Because you're gonna have to do a software update
And whatever pops up here, we're going to click connect.
All right. Okay, promise. Let's get into this.
All right, now that we hit connect, you'll see this yellow setting. See, this is what I was looking for earlier. This, now that it's yellow, it's telling me, yeah, you need to click on this because there is a firmware update. So I'm going to go ahead and click on that. I'm going to click on this yellow one that says firmware update. Now, whenever you see this, when this pops up where it says device firmware update, there are two options. This first option is what we want to go for. Factory firmware is that we want to reset the robot all the way back to factory settings. Let's say you coded it wrong, you messed up, or you didn't like what you did and you want it to go back to factory settings. This is how you do it as well, okay? But we're going to choose the online firmware, okay? We're going to choose online firmware and we're going to click update. And then it will spin, it will disconnect.
Okay, so the first one, I want you
Once it has disconnected, you can go ahead and reconnect your robot. Okay?
You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking we might just need to do an update on there and see if it gives it that boost that it needs. Okay? So it does turn on, right? Turn it on real quick.
So I reconnected it once I clicked the firmware update, okay?
Okay. Hold the soft shell. Hold it, like barely hold it up.
Let me know if I'm moving too fast or if you'd like me to repeat that process, just let me know.
So it's picking up sensor.
Once again, I went to settings. After I added our Mbot Mega, I went to settings and I just updated the firmware like we did previously, but this time we have the Mega in there.
Yeah. Okay, let me see. What about when you press the back of your sensor?
You just got to the software, Sherman? No problem. So what happened was I connected the robot to the computer, and then what I needed to do was I needed to add it. I needed to add the Mega, so I clicked on the Add button. And the Add button brings up all the different make block options.
So what I want you to do is just
All these different make block options are on here, okay? But the first one, the only one you're going to want to click for right now is the Mbot Mega, okay? So you're adding that one, and you click on it, you click OK, and what happens is it shows up right here, just like this one.
on the pins. Okay, what I'm doing. I'm just making sure they're all
Who's not calling it, bro?
And then once it's added, you want to hit connect, okay? Because if you haven't got yours connected, it will look like this. So you'll go ahead and hit connect.
Yeah. Okay, so you know what? Hold on. There's another thing that we can do.
And then there's a settings option. So settings is right down here. I'm going to click on settings and then I'll click firmware update. Now I want the online firmware. This will allow us to code it beyond what the basic functions are of the robot. And when I say basic functions, I mean what we just did whenever we turned on the robot. You remember the yellow, the green, the blue, the line following mode, the gesture control, and the obstacle avoidance. This will allow us to go beyond just those three things that the robot does whenever you first install the MegaPi onto the unit and you get it all built. So you want the online firmware. And then I clicked update, and it went and updated. It said the device is disconnected, but I'm going to go ahead and hit connect again.
I'm going to share my screen with you, and I'm going to show you what it says for us to do.
And then it says COM4 here. Yours may say something different. You can't see the connect option. Did you connect your robot to the computer with your USB?
Man, I really want to say, hold on, before I do that.
Yes. Okay. Let's see. Did you? Let me see if this is. Okay. Does yours look like this, Sherman? Did you add the MegaPi? Or I'm sorry, the Mbot Mega. So it looks like this.
Does your light, both of your lights
You have already added it, and you see no connect option like this on your screen.
solid, or are they turning off? The lights on the front lights when you turn it on. No, the red ones right here. Yeah, Okay, what about the top one? What about the top one?
Let me know if you see the connect option or not there, Sherman.
Okay, so it is picking up. That's a sensor, so it's picking it up whenever you're waving your hand in front of it. You see that? Okay, so that means those work.
You just saw it. Okay.
So you know what we're
So
gonna
you're
do?
gonna want to hit connect
I
there.
want you to download. Go to the mbot maker.
Oh,
Tell the link that I shared.
it's not sentient. Let me unplug. Sometimes you have to unplug your USB if it's not connecting, and you got to plug it back in again.
The pre-programmed update on it. Okay. So go to your chat. Click on that mblot makeblot.com.
Let's see.
You're gonna need a Chromebook or a laptop or a computer.
Some reason, maybe I've done it too many times. Let's see.
And if you need it, I'm here to
Let me reload the website here.
It's fine. It's fine. You can click on that one. That one will send you directly to it. And if you want, you can share your screen on your PC if you're using the computer that we're assuming.
There it is. So COM4, that's what we want.
You can share your screen, or I can share my screen. I'll show you. Okay, there we go.
So now it's connected, and I updated the firmware. Can you share your screen? You sure can.
Click on the extra stamp.
Start share my screen. Okay. I'm gonna share. And then what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put the link that I just got right now.
Hello?
Oh, okay. Yeah, you do need M-Link there. You do need to download that. Yeah.
Actually, in our character, I got mine.
I'm gonna do is I'm going to do we have a Windows. We're gonna click right here. Look, the very first one.
And when you click on that, or is it finishing downloading, or what's going on with that?
Yes, it's still downloading. The
Okay.
one at the top.
Okay.
Okay, so it's done. Okay.
So just copy and paste the link that I shared on the chat. Open a new window.
I don't know why, but I'm clicking it and it's not sure.
Can you click the folder next to that for me?
This one?
No, the when you go up above, yeah, the right the icon, yeah. Click on that for me.
There's no way, man.
Yeah, I did, but it's not opening.
Huh. You know the little file explorer icon with the folder when you go to like my PC on
On the computer?
the computer? Yeah. Can you do that for me?
Bro, Lisa's, let me see it, bro. Let me see the clip.
Will you share your screen? You can download. You can add. You see where it says share screen?
Can you see?
Yeah, I can see it. Are you able to right click and open or?
And then you can put share screen, and you can select what screen you want to show. So if you want to show the one that's like with the M block, it should be up right on the bottom.
I think it's loading.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So click. Oh. Okay. So click on
It's
the.
taking a minute or two
There you go. Now click on the little circle.
to get
Mm,
going there.
Editor.
yeah.
There's a little circle with ears, like a gray circle.
Yes, Spotify. Yeah, Spotify. I literally saw that. You landed perfectly on the one.
Yes. Okay. Now you're gonna sign up. Not log in.
It's too
You
slow.
already have a make
Hmm.
one. Is
When's the last time you did a restart there,
okay.
Sherman, of the computer?
Okay. So for this,
Last
I'm
night.
going to start my
Okay.
account.
You
So
may
you have
want to do that. It seems like the computer may be
make sure
a
that the
little
email
bit
that you use
sluggish.
is
I'm
a
not
valid
sure, but
one.
I don't want you
Yeah.
to have to leave the Zoom.
And whenever you get that, if you want to
I
share
mean,
your
I,
screen, I can
I
help you
can
with
leave
that
it and try
moving forward.
if that's gonna make it work.
Are you okay?
Yeah, because it looks like because you do have to have the M link in order for the computer to recognize it,
Oh,
and so
Let
The
me do that and then read you.
for Sherman's?
Nope.
Why
For
not?
Sherman, you add the extension. Is he trying to add the device?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's gonna click add the little plus here. You want to send them to me? I'll show him how to
Yeah,
do it.
Sherman, let me send you back to Miss McGoey. I guess there's another way
Yeah.
that you can do this without having to do the M-Link way.
I,
Okay.
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 Let me sign in.
Are you able to bring him?
If anybody has issues with that, like using a Chromebook,
Are you on a Chromebook, Sherman, or no?
it's a web browser. It
No,
doesn't have an.
a
It doesn't have
laptop.
anything down
Just a
below.
laptop.
So
Yeah.
with that, you can do it through here because that's how I did it with my Chromebook and that's how I did it through here.
Okay. Okay. So, are you able to bring him in, or do you want?
Let me add him in
This
here.
motherfucker just double blinded me.
Okay. I just need him to join the.
Okay, so Sherman, if you want to join that other room there,
Oops.
The first one that ain't mine, and the second one, bro. Copy that squad 7. Either one. Be advised, I need full build
Yeah.
ASAP. Back to my
Because
location with squad
you know
3. Over and
how
out.
our computers
I got,
before
I
don't let
live.
us download
Look
it.
at you. Look at you.
yeah.
Do it through the
My
website.
turn.
It shows. I'll show him how to do it.
Okay.
Okay. Promise. Were you able to do that?
Sherman, were you able to join her room?
Bro,
Damn, okay.
how do you manage to be
Hold
so
on.
bad at this game?
I'm gonna get some builds because we lost our half. I mean, we haven't made a half of
I
a
think
minute.
did he join? I'll have
No.
to wait.
Alright, hold on.
Okay. What I'm gonna do is, everyone, I am going to
Copy, copy.
move on
We're in the first
from
call.
here.
They do want to
You
reset.
did something cool. It looks like a spaceship. Awesome, Emma. Awesome. So I do want to make sure that everybody's on the same page there. So uh, just making sure that everyone can be at the same step. All right. So we have updated the firmware. We've created an account. So the next step is to actually start coding this thing. And the very first thing that I want to show you is on our virtual e-handbook, there's a lot of cool things that you can do. When I click on this first link, it's going to show you default functions. Of course, installing the firmware, updating it. But it's going to tell you, let's see, it's going to tell you how to move it forward and backward, how to put in those codes. It's got some RGB lights,
Because I'm in a meeting.
Hello.
motion control.
Hello.
Hello?
Can you please send me the room link? Because I was unable to
Yeah.
connect to it.
I'm gonna try to do. She said that she's
The
gonna do it
virtual handbook?
first, but
No,
then
no, the room to Miss,
Oh, okay.
to the lady.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. To Miss McGoey, yeah. Okay.
the lights. You know how yours. The
You're gonna start the copy
yes.
for a build.
Share your screen.
Ellie,
What was
please
it making?
confirm.
Oh, whoa. I gotta pick.
The share your start your video.
Go Reina.
Oh, that was. Boys, check it right. Boys.
What was making the
Check it
sound?
around northeast, northeast. Northeast to east. With the tone.
Really?
Okay. I think, did Sherman get moved into your, did Sherman get moved into your room?
Quick. ASAP.
Okay, so like it was starting to spin.
Get a few boys down here. I need you boys down here right now. This call 7, be advised, ETA 1 minute.
Okay, I think,
Yeah, you guys are basically building a mansion right now.
I think I got it moved into your room.
Yeah.
Can I restart my computer and join?
Yeah, yeah, you can do that. Sure. He's gonna restart his computer.
Okay.
Um, so this link on our virtual handbook
Okay, so
is pretty cool because it shows you examples like linear movement, how you would get it to move,
and let go.
how you accomplish that by using these different commands or these lines of code or blocks of code, how to move it clockwise, counterclockwise.
Okay, that's a good sign.
So it's a really good link in there. There's some really cool videos in here, but what I want to do is also show you that you can do this through your iOS or Android device.
The color on the bottom tells you.
There is a make block application. This walks you through how to
Okay, let go. Let go.
turn on or install the applications onto each the iOS and Android device, and then how to connect it via Bluetooth,
There you go. Let go. Let go. Let go. Okay.
and then
Let go. Oh, let go of it. Okay, push it again.
then you are able to control it. So there's like obstacle avoidance on here, there's line following,
Let go.
and you can drive it freely
Okay, so you know what?
off of your phone
Make sure they're
or your
pushed
iOS or Android
right here
device.
in the middle. Promise. Let go of it. Make sure these in the middle are all the way pushed in. Okay? Which is gonna be if you flip it over.
Go in, man.
Okay,
And
so
that one should be, let me see.
what's really cool about this is they do have some example programs, and what I can do is show you how you can get even more example programs installed. But if you click on example programs up here at the top,
Closest to that MegaPie.
they have two already.
Let go of it.
And it tells you what it does basically by you adding it. You can add a circular movement, or there's like a hand biting game. Basically, it does an attack mode. If you've ever seen like battle bots or something like that, it will do some things like that. But there's a circular move. You click OK. It's been modified. Do you want to save it? I'm gonna click yes.
So what we're gonna do, okay, so now that I know that that is the lighting module, so now we're going to look for RGB, which RGB is A13.
And then it loads this
A14.
code up on this
So I want
side.
you to go to your A14.
And what's really cool is you can see this. Now, to get this actually uploaded into our MegaPie to get it to work, make sure it is connected. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to have it connected.
Thomas, was Sherman able to restart his
Go
computer?
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Do you know?
I entry so nicely, but
Okay.
And then we're going to go ahead and hit upload.
And I'm gonna show you what I mean by making sure that
When we upload this code to our robot,
write the color of your sensor.
it is now inside of the MegaPie or
Okay.
the Raspberry Pi. So this code is now in
Down one more time.
the MegaPie. Okay.
And we're gonna
So what happens now is if you do disconnect it and you unplug it and you turn it on,
want you to now
it will run this code. Okay, because it's saying when the MegaPie starts up, and they made a variable named T. They set it to that,
let me log on to
and basically it will just move around in like a circular movement. But this is a lot more complicated right now. I can show you basically how to move it forward, move it backward, and side to side, and then also get the remote control that we gave you, the Bluetooth controller, installed.
let me move myself and
Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I don't need this code anymore. I can just do a new project and not save.
Hello.
Hello?
Can you please resend me to Miss Marissa room?
Sure.
Okay.
He's here. He's here.
Yeah, she already did it. Assigned to her.
No, I'm assigning myself too.
I think he joined already.
I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Can I have your mortars?
Okay.
Target H. And imagine our girl is baiting, bro. Have your mortars for squad 2.
So another cool thing about this is,
You wasted an ult. Okay.
Okay, can y'all hear me? Yes, can you hear me?
let me
Okay.
Copy that. No.
reconnect here. I need to add. Sometimes it goes away, and you need to add your megabot, your Mbot Mega back into there. So let me explain these mode switches to you guys. Basically, now that we have our robot plugged into the computer, we can give it some certain codes. We can say, when the robot turns on, we can set all the colors to green and make it move forward at 50% speed, or make it do whatever you want it to do. And you can make that live. You can have it happen while you're plugged into the computer and actually run the script. However, you're plugged into the computer, so it does, it may rip the cord out, or you don't have very far to go, in other words, whenever it's plugged in. But whenever you go to the upload function and you create a line of code or a block of code here, you can upload that into the robot so that whenever you turn it on and you have it disconnected from the computer, it will still execute the same lines of code. So the controller, I will explain that. Probably the very next thing I will explain is how to get the controller connected there. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So basically, you have to add the controller as an extension. Okay. The extension.
Okay, so now you have that, and now we're gonna.
Whenever you see like looks and motion and variables and all of that down here, looks, motion, sensing, events, control, operators, variables, my blocks, you'll see extension down here at the bottom. I'm going to go ahead and click extension here. And I'm going to add the Bluetooth controller. I don't really need to add anything else. We're not doing any upload mode broadcast or Arduino extensions. We're just going to do the Bluetooth controller. Okay. Now we've got the Bluetooth controller added. All right. So let me show y'all something real quick. There's the hand biting game. Let's see.
Okay, do it again. Okay, wait. Put upload. Oh no, you're good. You're connected. Look, you're connected.
So this block of code here is something that I followed on a video to make the controller work, because you have to program basically the controller, and you have to tell the robot, okay, there's a Bluetooth controller, how to connect it, and then you have to put in that line of code for the controller to understand what you're doing and telling the robot to do. And it's all talking to each other via Bluetooth. Okay. So we've added the Bluetooth controller, and I can show you how to set up this this line of code here. Okay. Give me 1 second. Actually, should we take a quick minute? All right, y'all. We're gonna take a 10-minute break. Come back at 4:05. We need to start right at 4:05 so that we can actually get right into me teaching you how to get it connected with the controller, move it forward, backward, side to side, and then let you all take it from there throughout the rest of the day and into tomorrow. Okay, but come back at 4:05, and we'll be right back. All right. Okay, everyone. Sorry for the extended break, trying to make sure everyone's on the same page. But what we're going to do now, let me go back to our presentation here. Okay,
Exit out of that one too.
so these lines of code I actually got from a couple of different videos and just experimenting with the robot and the controller. What I want you all to do is grab the controller out of the robotics kit that we gave you. There should be 2 batteries inside of the box for that controller. So go ahead and get that out for me.
Okay, so what I want you to do is, you see where your window, you see on the bottom of your browser, you see how you have a little.
Lisa's waited until the cipher got killed.
Can you hear me?
I got 2 kills. Bro, I hit the fade 116. I hit the dead 108.
My thing's frozen. Can you hear me now?
Okay. So I've got my controller out. I've got some batteries.
I assist on her.
Share my screen.
You're going to put the batteries in each
Where I'm at.
it's sort of where you put your hands on the
See how in the middle?
left and right hand side
See if you have Google Chrome.
on the back.
Okay.
And again, make sure you put the batteries in the correct way with the negative side towards the spring. And then you have the positive side. And then there is a switch on the controller to turn it on and have it pair to the robot. But right now, you can leave it off because I want to actually build this code with each one of you and show you how that's done here. And that way the controller can be used to just drive the robot around, right?
What is this flash?
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to, oops. No, I think I actually duplicated that. That's fine. I need
You're still bad.
one of them. So
You're still down there, bro.
before we can build this top code here, we actually need to say what we want the motors to do, because we actually made a block here, and this is like a variable. So we made a block. So when you go to my blocks down here and you hit make a block,
Okay, to finish installing switch.
Okay, I got killed. Bruh, it's worth it. It's worth it. It was worth it.
Set it.
you want to, I believe it's add a,
Buying guns.
let me see.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay, let me.
Yes, Spike.
See what it was.
He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. No, he doesn't.
Yeah, so it was just a regular block here, define. Let's see.
You have to switch to S now.
Please, I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Put like right here to
So
Promise, can you use Sherman's computer like to log in?
Wait, give me that. Give me your judge. Give me your judge. I'll buy you a judge. Alright, so do you want to load everything? Are we doing the same thing?
Yeah. Okay. This. Yeah. If you use your Chromebook, it'll be easier. here you go. The code. So you're gonna go to control. Click on
Okay.
forever. Control. If this, then.
Okay. This is the code?
Mhm.
Okay. This is all of it?
Yes. Oh, right there. I want to win this game. Sorry, man.
Hmm.
Don't you have 14 kills, bro?
I'm trying to do the define set motors, but
Oh, I have that. You have to add a variable. So for the motors, for the wheels, they always have to be programmed first.
Let's push C. Oh, we're pushing C again. We're pushing C again.
You have to name it.
okay, so this is from that video.
And then once you have that, then you go to the variables to add the script.
Okay, sorry about that, y'all. Trying an error. Are we building now or wait? So, I would take this time to look at what I'm doing so that you can actually start building this for yourself. Because you should be coding, looking at the code. So I'm going to duplicate what I did up here to make the controller work with the robot. So the very first thing you have to do is we cannot create this line yet without us creating a line of code that tells the motors on the robot what to do. Okay? So we have to make a block, and that block you can name set motors. I'm just going to name it set motors duplicate because this is just going to be a duplicate for me. And you're going to hit OK. All right. So now that I have that line of code down here, what I need to do is tell the motors exactly what I want it to do. And we've got 4 motors, right? It's grainy and hard to read. I'm not sure. 1 second. All right, here's my suggestion for everybody. Still be in the Zoom. Yeah, that was trippy. Still stay in the Zoom, but you may want to go to the YouTube channel. I believe that is Zoom doing that, making it blurry. But on YouTube, it looks very clean. So I'm not sure why Zoom does that, but you may want to go to our YouTube channel and view it through there. And if everyone would like a link to that,
Okay, Thomas, can you hear me? I can see your screen.
see if I can copy the link here and paste it into the Zoom chat. Let's go here to view the live stream, maybe more clear.
Let me. Oh wait. Hold on.
Okay. And you can chat with me on YouTube or you can chat with me through Zoom. Whatever works best for you. I have both chats open. Yeah, much better. I think it's just Zoom acting up a little bit. Okay, so what we're doing then is we need to define what the motors are going to do, what each motor is going to do. Remember the names of each wheel or motor, I'm sorry, was 1A, 2A, 1B, and 2B. Yeah. So, yeah, Zoom, sad face, yeah. But okay, so if we create a block, okay? So we made a block. If everyone is here, let me know if you're not here yet. But I need to define what those motors are going to do. In order to do that, we're going to go to motion. Okay? And we want to tell we need 4 of these essentially, but you can duplicate these here in a second, but I'll show you. You need 4 of these blocks for each motor. All right? But then there's another step to this, which is it's kind of crazy. You have to go to variables and actually create a variable. The next step after you put this block down, because we have to define what left and right speed are. Okay? So if we make a variable, and I'm just going to name it left speed 2. Okay? You can name yours just left speed. I'm naming it left speed 2 because I already have one in there. Okay? So this variable I'm going to take and I'm going to drag into the actual block here. Right where it says percent, 50%. Just going to take left speed. I'm going to drag that into here. Okay?
Exit out of that. Exit out of the window.
And actually, we should...
'Cause I don't know if it's frozen.
I have spike. I'm not planning
We should not drag that one in there. We should actually leave left speed in there, make another variable named right speed. And mine's going to be right speed 2. Okay?
Yes, can you hear me? Click on the new.
Because this one, you just want right speed. Okay? So you're telling one motor to rotate right speed percentage. I know it may not make sense, but I promise you this is how it works.
Download it like for links for Chromebooks. If you scroll down, I'm gonna share my screen. Okay.
Okay, then what I'm going to do, rather than just duplicating this one,
This is the link that I just
I'm going to go in here and I need another motion block,
scroll down.
the same one,
You're gonna click this one.
essentially, but we need to go back into events,
For Chromebook.
or, I'm sorry, operators this time. And the operators one, we're going to go ahead and put this, actually, you don't need to drag this into this block just yet. We're going to leave it outside of the block, because what we're going to do inside of the left portion of the one that has the minus in here, we're going to put a 0. Just put 0 in there.
Did you click on that link? Share your screen.
Okay.
So I can see what you're doing.
And then if you remember, the event or the variable that we created earlier was left speed. I'm going to do the left speed too. I'm going to drag that right into here so that it's just like this. 0 minus left speed. Okay. Then once you have this block, you're reading what you have there. Well, I put any command for the controller. Yeah. So we're not to the controller just yet, Emma. You're just setting the motors right now. Leave this this portion alone for right now, okay? You just want to build, you just want to set up the motors for right now, and then you can drag this portion right into this block just like that. Okay? And this port is actually going to change to 2A. So you have 1A, 2A. You'll put the other block. Oh, okay, gotcha. Then what I'm gonna do is I want to duplicate this first. Well, we don't need this one here. But so what I did here was take this block, and I duplicated it.
When it finishes uploading, click on to create your user. Okay?
Yeah.
It's gonna take a while.
Because essentially what you're doing is, for this third and fourth one, you're going to switch this one to port 1B. So you're telling that motor to also do the same thing as 1A. Okay? And then you're telling 2B to do the same thing as 2A. But let me see. Yeah. Yeah, so that's right there. So all you did was just, you're changing the ports or the motors, and you're just duplicating what you have there. So let me do that again. Let me delete these two blocks, and I'm going to duplicate this block. It should duplicate both of them if you click the top one there. There you go. 1A, 2A, and then you're going to do 1B, and you're going to do 2B here, okay? 1B, 2B. So there you go. You're just defining what the motors are going to do, okay? After you define what the motors are going to do, you're ready for this block of code here. And so what you want to do is go to events, and you're going to say when the mbot mega starts up, you want it to always, which is basically forever, what do you want it to do? Well, you want to set the left and right speeds. So what you're going to do is you're going to go to, it is, I believe it's this one.
Someone right here. You're gonna click right here.
Yeah, set,
Okay.
yeah, set define 2. So, but you don't want to put this in here just yet, because what we want to do is we want to create
And once you
this
log in
block
with your
here.
information and your password, you can
We want to tell the controller what to do next, okay? So you're telling the controller, and in order to tell the controller what you want it to do, you have to have another operator, okay? And how fast, basically, you want the speed to be. So in order to do that, that's this block right here. It has like it's almost like a division type sign. And you're going to grab this block. Okay. I'm going to grab this block and I'm going to just leave it out here for right now.
Wait, where was it? What was it?
Then I'm going to go to my Bluetooth controller. Remember last time we added the extension for the controller? So all I need to do is go to Bluetooth controller.
Wait, what was it? Let me see.
And I need to just go to the joystick option.
Uh-huh. Okay, general.
Now these variables right here, or these letters RX, RY, LX, LY, these correspond to both of the joysticks on the controller, okay? So you have your right and your left. And LX is like horizontal. Think of it like a graph, you're doing your X and Y. Okay, your X is what? Horizontal, and your Y is up and down. What will it not let you do, Emma? Yeah, set to upload if it won't let you do the controller. Thanks, Ruben.
Bro, I can't see my crosshair. I can't see my crosshair. Alright. Okay, I'm down to go in, honestly. Okay.
Now, you can set these to different speeds, but, what I experimented with was 2.55 was a good speed for the joystick, I thought.
Or by yours?
And then you drag this in right where it says set define. You want to set define your left speed. And what do you want to do? You want to define that left speed, and it may not look like this drags into here, but if you take this, see how I'm dragging it in, and I have to kind of put the left part of the joystick thing into there, it then fits, just like that. It won't let you do the controller. Set your mode switch, Sherman, to upload instead of live, and see if that works. Okay, and then I'm taking this and I'm dragging it right into here, just like that. Okay.
We're going to scroll down on that one.
Bro, get me out, bro.
Scroll down like with your
Then all you have to do
connect. Make sure
Apologize, by the way, I'm not.
make sure your mega
is duplicate that block that we just created. You duplicate it, and we're going to go right into right speed. the one that we created. And again, mine only says the number 2 after it because I'm just simply duplicating what was created earlier. But it should work the same way. Okay, you've got these 2 lines of code. The last thing we need to do is we want this line of code for, the set motors. We want that line of code to go into this line here. So we're going to set motors, and that was the duplicate, and that's going to go right in here, just like that.
Bro, I know. I thought she was gonna come. Look, she did.
Okay. This is gonna take a little bit. Okay, hold on. Okay. Exit.
So what I'm going to do is this entire line of code here, I'm going to trash, and I'm going to take this one and trash because these duplicates that we just created together should work the same way. And if you want to save this, what you do is you go into File, Save As, and I'm just going to name this the duplicate one. I'm going to click OK. Now I'm saving that code. I don't believe you have to publish, but I just hit publish.
Click firm update.
Leave site. I'm not going to leave the site. What I am going to do, though, is I need to upload this to the robot. So make sure that it is connected.
Where the panda was at, right? Yes, right there.
Your robot is connected to the computer.
Double click it.
You have the Bluetooth controller that we added earlier via the extension. And I'm going to hit upload to the robot. Now what it does is it starts to process the code. It takes a minute, and it actually puts the code into the Mega Pi or Raspberry Pi. Okay? And then what happens is you can take your controller. Not sure if you can see this, but let me see.
You should be connected now. Yep. So now, if you want, you can go to the other.
If I can show you.
The main, yeah.
There we are. So let me see if I can show each one of you this.
You're connected. So now.
Yeah, don't leave. Don't do any of that. If you end up leaving the page or anything, yeah, it will fail. A good point, Emma.
So promise now you can go.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna disconnect the robot from the computer. I'm gonna hit.
You know what? You want to see if the factory reset, right? So.
I'm gonna go ahead and hit disconnect here. Okay. And then what I'm gonna do is take my robot. I'm gonna disconnect from the robot, just like that.
Okay. So.
And I'm gonna turn it on. All right. I'm gonna flip the switch, turn it on.
Out of that, exit out the, yeah, click on that.
Now once I've turned it on,
Then when
I can get the controller.
So before you click on anything, scroll. You see the arrow right there? Click
All
on
right,
down.
Sherman. We may need to put you in
Down.
the breakout room that we can do to make sure you get it all connected there. I just want to make sure everybody gets this real quick before 5 o'clock here. Get the controller turned on. A blue light will start flashing on the controller. I don't know if you can see that. Blue light starts flashing. If you hold the Bluetooth button down, that is the button right in the middle here. I'm going to hold that down. It's going to start flashing rapidly. I'm going to put it right next to the robot. And guess what? It turns solid blue. That means it is connected. And then if I take the joystick, now it moves. Okay?
You got it? You're good. You're good now. You can code. You're good. Don't click connect. Okay, so if you
Okay?
want, you can
See that?
live.
See, so now it is moving.
Okay, so
But there is so much more to this. There's another line of code I want to share with you all. The way you can control it without the joysticks. There's another option where you can control it with the D-pad on the controller, and the D-pad is the cross looking shape here on the controller, right here. When you move the joystick up and down. Yeah, that's true. It's only doing that for me too. What I'm trying to figure out what went wrong here. Let me see.
Okay, so see if it gives you another option. Click on the little X.
Oh, I see what we did.
On the
Okay.
on firmware version. See if it gives you online and offline.
Let me. That's LY.
Click on it again and unconnect.
Give me 1 second, Nadeli. Yeah. It forwards and back. Yeah, I see what you're saying. LY. We need RY. Okay. So we messed up with I did with a variable. So what you have to do is let's go back on our computer. LYRY. Okay, give me 1 sec. Okay, here's what we did. Let me show you. Here's what we did. See this second one? This needs to be RY right here. We had two of them as LY, so make sure the joystick, that's why our right joystick is not working. Our right joystick, yeah.
Okay, I want you to disconnect it. Turn it on. Yeah, disconnect the wires.
Yeah, give me 1 second, Sherman. Let me do that.
Okay, disconnect it from your inbox, Megan. And then turn it on. Okay. I want you to hold it up like this so I can see if anything happens to it.
Okay, so
The sensor in the back.
that's where our mistake was,
And see if anything happens.
everyone, is we did not define the right joystick, basically. Yeah, so we needed to define the other joystick. So what you do is once you define that, you need to reconnect your robot. So I'm just going to reconnect it.
Click on, yes, hi Sherman. Click on the left one. From you.
I'm going to reconnect the robot, and then I'm going to go in and I'm going to
Because right now I think it's
connect it.
be given a command.
So I'm going to connect. Yeah, it is. It is, Emma. You're definitely right about that. I mean, you have to define absolutely everything.
Let go of it.
So, and then I'm going to save this line of code. And then I'm going to upload it
let go of the sensor.
once again. I'm uploading this code to the robot. So now it knows what the other joystick is. I'm going to go ahead and hit disconnect.
Of the sensor.
I'm going to unplug it. Gonna unplug this. Now it says my controller's still connected. We'll see. And it is. So there you go. Now it's moving. Now it's a little funky because that's the way this code is. It's not gonna drive like a normal, RC car. There is another line of code that Miss McGoey actually has, and I will share that with you. Here it only goes into a circle because of the program. Huh. Yeah, see, mine's going into a circle as well, but you have to see what if you push both joysticks up though, Nadeli, and both joysticks back. You can save and upload the code, absolutely. So the way you do that is, I'm gonna go into, let me show you again. So to save and upload the code, I go up to here. I always hit save, but make sure you have an account. That's why we did the very first thing that we have my projects in here. I'm going to go ahead and click save on this one. This is a duplicate copy of what I had before. So if I hit file, open, I can now open from what I just created. Now another thing that's really cool is, and I can share the link with everyone as well, is there is an example code. There's some example programs, and I'll share the link with everyone. But on this website, there are some example programs, and all you have to do to run those example programs are basically just click on one of them. There's a crab walk one. Let's see. There's go square, avoid obstacles. I have not tried all of these just yet. Brightness control. Let's click on that one real quick. What happens when I click on that one is it brings up all these files, and I can go unzip the files. I basically just hit extract here because I want all of these files, and it should have saved to my folder here. Let me see if it's in the downloads folder. Yeah, the crab walk. Let's see. Did that save? Let's view files. We want to download it actually. So open zip from computer. Oop. Sorry y'all, I had an issue with this earlier. Let's open that. Oh, there's a download option. So you're gonna go and you're not gonna open with zip extractor or anything. You're just gonna hit download. It's gonna save. So now that's in my downloads folder. But basically what I'm gonna do is I'll go back to our coding area, and let's just open up a new project. And if I hit file, open from my computer, the brightness control that I just downloaded is in my downloads folder. If I click on that, it opens up a whole line of code, and it says when it starts up, light 1, 2, 3. If it detects an obstacle, then it will light up the A13, and you recognize these letters and numbers. These are the sensors. It's going to light them up to a certain light, and it will pick random. So you can do like random colors. It's pretty intense, but it's pretty cool too. And then what you do is, to get that code in there, is you do the same thing as you did earlier. You plug in your robot. You plug it in. You connect it. and then you upload this code. I recommend. I did earlier. I noticed that it was blurry, so I would recommend going to the YouTube video. I'm not sure why Zoom is doing that.
Yeah, it was kicking her out.
But I would recommend the YouTube link at this point. I do like everyone to be in the Zoom chat, just so your names aren't, out there on YouTube. You can still chat with us. But at this point, Zoom is doing some weird things. It was doing something weird for the audio for us yesterday. So that's something beyond our control, but I would definitely say use them for chat. But as far as the video quality goes, definitely go to YouTube and do the live stream. Okay. I've uploaded this code, and so what I'm going to do now is I could switch to live. Well, no, it won't work. So I did upload the code. As you can see, it went through. And so what I'm going to do now is disconnect. I'm disconnecting the robot. There we are. And then now we can see what it's going to do, if anything. Yeah, okay. So it's using the lights. And I know that's really, really bright, but it's using the lights for detection, basically, with the sensors. It's detecting and getting brighter. If it detects something, the LEDs get a lot brighter, basically. So that's just that line of code. But let me share that link with everybody. And literally all I did to find that was type in mbot mega example programs. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy the link, and if you scroll down, you'll find a list of those example programs that you just download the programs, and then you hit open from computer in the make block section where I showed you, and you can run those. I will put that into the YouTube chat, and then I will also put that into the Zoom chat for everybody. There you go. But here's what I also recommend. I cannot highly recommend this enough. Please go to the virtual handbook, okay? Please go to the virtual handbook. That's how Miss McGoey and myself learned a lot of this. I wish I could have gotten to the other code that she used to use the D-pad on the controller.
I
You?
have my. Is it on this one?
Yeah, I think so. If you want to go to another tab, stop sharing it. Okay.
Yeah, so I can log in.
So yeah, there is another line of code that we can probably share with you real quick, and you can copy it. You can probably pause the YouTube video once this publishes and copy that code. It's also in a video, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's in one of the videos that's in the virtual e-handbook. So if you do that, then you'll get it. You'll get it. I promise you will. It may seem overwhelming right now, and I know that it probably is, but I can't recommend it highly enough for you to each go to the virtual handbook that we provided to learn more about it. And Miss McGoey's logging in right now to her account.
I always forget my password.
No, it's okay.
See, I have it on this one, so let me just log back in and I'll give them a password.
Okay.
I forget. I always forget. There we go.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so let me show you the screen.
This is mine, right? Oh, this is.
There. So what would we have to do? File open? New or no, yeah, it is open, yeah. Yeah, there you go.
So this is the one that I have.
Now this is a code, don't save, yeah. This is a code that you can actually use the D-pad with. It looks very complicated, but it literally is just duplicating, isn't it? It's a lot of duplication. So you're just telling the up, down, left, and right buttons on the controller what your robot is going to do, essentially. And I will share the video with you that shows you how to do this. Once again, it is on our handbook, which is right here. When you scroll down, look at the programming and coding options here, okay? Look at the programming and coding links that we provided. These helped us so much. I'm telling you, like, this one helped me a lot. This tells you exactly how to... puts the code in here. So remember what we did when we told basically the motors what they're gonna do. This is exactly what he's showing right here. You know, what are the motors gonna do when I make my own block on here and I define what each motor 1A, 2A, 1B, and 2B are gonna do. Okay, and it even gives the movement here of what it's gonna do. Now, if you want to get more in depth, there's another one. And this is exactly what we just created right here. We just did this together, this one. See that? But then you can get way more in depth, and basically this is how he coded even more in depth. Now this program is the same program that Ms. McGoey was just showing. A lot of duplication. It looks like it's a lot, but it's just a lot of duplication, basically, of another block, of one block. And you can manage the speed of your robot. Is this the one you use, this video? Okay. So this video is one that myself and Miss McGoey used. Okay, so use that one. There is another one here. This one is much longer.
To change
but
depending
this guy
upon which sensor is
the...
triggered. All right, and why don't I do
Yes.
one more? I'll show you how to do random colors, and I'm just gonna.
Yeah.
Is there a way for
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Oop.
Saving the code and then uploading it before we end.
Um,
Yeah, can you mute Promise's computer and repeat that? I'm sorry, because we were getting a lot of feedback there, Sherman.
Hello?
Yes,
Can you hear me clearly?
yes.
Okay. So, can you show us to like save the code and then download it before we end?
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
Okay.
so just go to the virtual e-handbook, like I said, to watch those videos, everyone, to get more in depth. But what I would like to see is not just an example program, even if you just add on 2 other lines of code or blocks for tomorrow's showcase, just to show what your robot's name is, what it can do, something interesting about it. That would be cool. But let's go ahead and show you how to save it. So, do you want me to use yours or?
I don't care. You can save it like right there on the side.
Okay. So let's say I have this code here. Let's just say I built this code, right? And I need to save it. What we're going to do is make sure you're logged into your account first, but you're going to hit File, Save As. And I'm going to name it something. And then I'm going to click OK. And now it's going to be saved to my account. Now the way I need to get it actually onto my robot, if I want to run that particular code, is I want to do File, Open, and then locate that new code. Where's that? Fail saved.
So, exit. Click save. Nope.
Oh.
Okay. Save successfully.
Okay.
And then open.
So then if I open, is that it?
10
Okay.
seconds ago.
Then I can hit open here. So if I go into my file, I can see all my projects, or I can actually start a new project. But essentially, this is how you have all your projects. You want the circular move, that's an example program that is already built in. If you click on example programs, it's here. There's only 2 of them. But basically, you hit File, Open, and if I want to save it, I do File, Save As. Okay. Or you can just click Save. If you haven't, if you're already on here and you just do something additional, like let's say I want to add something to this code, or change it, or change the colors or something, then I can say I want to change the colors on here, which is under looks. So you can say, when the mbot mega turns on, I want this pen to light up, green or something like that, if that's what you want to do.
And then you just click save.
And you just click save if you want to save on top of that. Okay, but I won't save this one, so you can just get out of here. You go to new project. No, I don't want to save. I'm on a new project. I want to do something else. You can do that. Just make sure that no matter what you do, if you do new project, you're going to have to add everything again. So this says CyberPi. We don't want CyberPi. We don't have that. We need the mbot mega. And we need to also add the extension for the controller. Okay? So I go into add the controller. There it is. And now I can connect and start saving everything again, okay? That's only if you do new project or something like that. If you want to download one of those example programs, like I said, you save that, you just hit download, save it to the computer, then you go to File, Open from your computer, and it will be right here, okay? There's another one. There's other ones I downloaded last week, but basically you just go in, you say I want that one, and guess what? There it is. All I have to do now is actually connect and then upload it to my MBOT Mega. Okay? We can go over this a little bit more tomorrow before the showcase if you want, but I know it's a lot. Watch the videos, though. Watch those videos. I didn't, there was no sense in recreating the wheel for us when we had those educational resources that already did it so well and frankly better than we could have done it. So what I recommend is watch those videos. They know what they're doing as well. Come back tomorrow. Ask us any questions. You guys did great today. We built the rest of the robot. We jumped into coding and we jumped in pretty hardcore. So if you're confused or you're lost or you're kind of fried, then I'm with you. I'm with you, to be honest, because it definitely is a lot. But thank you all for staying. We stayed 15 minutes past. I'm going to let y'all go because tomorrow we're going to start early. Remember, tomorrow we start at 9:30 in the morning. So set your alarms because we start tomorrow at 9:30. If you're not able to attend, like Juliana just let us know, that's okay too. We're still going to present virtual certificates, and then we can also mail the physical certificates to everyone. Even if you can hop in for 5 or 10 minutes at a time, that would be great. But if you're not able to, that's okay as well. We just thank you for joining us this week. And there's going to be plenty more like this. There's going to be a surprise announcement tomorrow for an upcoming trip that all of you are going to be eligible to attend. If you want to showcase your robot tomorrow. If not, though, that's okay too. I do believe Dr. Flores will still allow you to attend. We'll see. Okay? Other than that, I will let y'all go. If you have any questions or you're having problems, we'll be here tomorrow, and we can talk about it tomorrow as well. Okay? I hope everyone has a great night, and we will see you bright and early tomorrow. And that'll end it off for us. Okay. Let's see if we have any more questions here. Goodbye, Roman. Thanks. Thank you for everyone coming. We will see you tomorrow. 9:30. 9:30. 9:30.